morning at Wanwell Lake. It felt like an earthly paradise, isolated from the world, shrouded in a dreamlike mist. The gentle morning glow fell upon the island, like a transparent curtain floating under the sky. Qin Ming naturally awoke to the sound of birdsong, stepped out of his cave mansion, and took a deep breath of the fresh lake breeze. Since his cultivation progress had increased, he could clearly perceive the state of every plant and tree here. It would greatly aid his future spirit plant cultivation as well, and he was quite pleased with himself due to his recent cultivation breakthrough. So he released a hive of four-winged frost bees from his spirit beast bag. He hung it upon the longevity vine. In an instant, countless spirit bees swarmed out of the hive, rushing to the dozens of gray skull flowers, beginning their diligent work, gathering nectar and pollinating. As the bees worked longer, the purple spirit patterns on them flashed, as if they had gained some benefits. After releasing the hive, Qin Ming let it develop on its own. Such a large island also deserves a powerful spirit beast to guard it. Qin Ming pondered, stroking his chin. Of course, since it's for guarding the home, it shouldn't be a cute pet. It needs to be strong and majestic. However, finding a spirit beast relies on opportunity. Afterwards, Qin Ming tended to his herb fields, had lunch. Then he rode the spiritual light shuttle, flying towards the Mo family's Qingxia Island. 2 hours later, Qin Ming arrived in front of the mountain gate below the main peak. The guards there had seen him before, and knowing his identity, didn't dare to delay. They went to report immediately. A moment later, an elder with silver hair came out, looked Qin Ming over, and exclaimed in surprise, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin, on your great cultivation progress. I didn't expect that in just a few days you would break through to the Qi cultivation 9th layer. Please come in, fellow Taoist Qin." Despite Elder Mo's friendly demeanor, he was actually quite shocked, confirming the patriarch's choice was indeed wise. "I have some matters to discuss with Qingxia Fairy. Is it convenient?" Qin Ming asked directly. Elder Mo nodded slightly. "The patriarch is on the island, fellow Taoist Qin. Please follow me." The two followed the stone path through the mountains to a rather luxurious cave mansion. Mo Lingwei, wearing a long azure dress, came out to greet them, and upon seeing Qin Ming, her heart was stirred. However, she didn't show it, but instead smiled mildly and congratulated. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin, on advancing in the immortal Tao." "Just lucky, not worth mentioning," Qin Ming replied modestly. "Fellow Taoist Qin is being too humble," Mo Lingwei responded. "Your feat of outshining everyone and claiming Wanwell Island is still spoken about enthusiastically around the nearby Spirit Islands." Even Zhao Changjin had to admit defeat. When Mo Lingwei first heard this news, she was quite shocked too. She had indeed judged correctly. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary Qin Ming was actually so formidable? Mo Lingwei invited Qin Ming to sit down, poured him tea, and gently asked, "What brings you to visit unexpectedly today, fellow Taoist Qin?" "I heard that the Mo family has spirit nesting rice spirit seeds, so I've come to purchase some." Qin Ming stated his intention directly. Mo Lingwei was taken aback, revealing a look of surprise. She hadn't expected him to be after the spirit nesting rice. Her jade-like hands lightly stirred the teacup. Then she smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, your information is quite accurate. Indeed, I still have a small portion of the spirit nesting rice spirit seeds, but not much. It's something passed down from my ancestors. However, you must know how rare spirit nesting rice is, right? Of course, I wonder what terms fellow Taoist Mo would require for its sale." Qin Ming was aware that obtaining spirit nesting rice spirit seeds wouldn't be easy. Mo Lingwei pondered for a while, not sure what she was thinking. A moment later, she suddenly smiled. "Is fellow Taoist Qin so confident in successfully cultivating it? You should know that historically, successful cultivation of this spirit rice has been very rare. Otherwise, it wouldn't have nearly disappeared. I just arrived and am intrigued by this rice. I want to give it a try." Qin Ming chuckled. Whether it can be cultivated successfully is still unknown. Mo Lingwei nodded. In that case, I can sell you the spirit seeds, but under one condition. Then she stated the terms of the transaction. Qin Ming frowned briefly at her words, then relaxed. After the two discussed the terms, Mo Lingwei took out a spirit contract, and Qin Ming signed it. Mo Lingwei then instructed Elder Mo to retrieve a small jade box containing green spirit rice seeds from the family storehouse. These spirit seeds were perfectly preserved in the jade box, without losing any spirituality. So, this is spirit nesting rice? Qin Ming received the jade box, delightedly comparing it to Gu Qingzhao's description and confirming it. Then, he put away the spirit seeds, chatted briefly with Mo Lingwei, and bade farewell, leaving Qingxiao Island. Inside the Mo family cave mansion, the silver-haired elder hesitated for a moment, then asked Mo Lingwei curiously, "Clan leader, why did you really give him the spirit seeds?" That was the last of it. Previously, even a Tier 2 high-grade spirit plant master couldn't succeed in cultivating it, let alone him. It would just gather dust if not given away. Though it was the last connection left by great-grandfather, if spirit nesting rice reappeared in the cultivation realm, I'm sure he would be pleased, Mo Lingwei replied calmly. Besides, even if fellow Taoist Qin fails, we still don't lose. He has already agreed to my terms. Elder Mo nodded silently, saying no more. After acquiring the spirit seeds, Qin Ming hurried back to his cave mansion. He only had enough spirit seeds to cultivate about 3 acres. But that was sufficient. The terms agreed upon for purchasing the spirit seeds were that should Qin Ming succeed, he must give the Mo family 50 pounds of spirit nesting rice. If he failed, he would have to provide equivalent spirit stones. The terms were acceptable to Qin Ming, so he agreed. Upon returning to Wangyue Island, Qin Ming didn't rush to plant the spirit nesting rice. He first transformed the 3 acres of spirit fields he had prepared for the rice into spirit water fields. Then he directed the water from the spirit spring on the island into the fields. The next step was to cultivate the seedlings. This was crucial. Whether the spirit seeds could survive depended on this. Nearby, Qin Ming prepared a small plot of land. First, he burned the stalks of the Tier 2 spirit plant, 5-colored rice, mixed them with spiritual soil, added the dung of a bird called the white spirit heron, combined with other spiritual materials to create spiritual fertilizer. This was also based on Mo Lingwei's ancestral experience. He then planted the spirit seeds for spirit nesting rice. Once the seedlings grew, he could transplant them to the spirit water fields. After completing this, he made a trip to the Celestial River Market and visited the Spirit Plant Master Guild. He learned that advancing beyond Tier 2 Spirit Plant Master required entering the Plant Illusion Realm for trial assessments. However, it was not as cumbersome as the Spirit Feather Sect's regulations. The record officer overseeing the Spirit Plant Master assessments at Celestial River Market only required registering at the start of cultivation, with another evaluation upon harvesting. This eliminated many intermediate hassles. Moreover, quotas for entering the illusion realm were prioritized based on the difficulty of the spirit plants cultivated and their final grade. The wood array of the plant illusion realm was located in the major cities within the cultivation realm. The nearest was the vast sea immortal city. Ultimately, the mother chi of 10,000 woods could accelerate the growth and progression of Qin Ming's life-bound spirit plant. He was certainly very eager for this. One day, while Qin Ming was tending to the spirit fields, the defense array rippled with a wave as a communication talisman flew in. When he opened it, it was a message from Wu Jiang. He deactivated the array to let him in. Fellow Taoist Qin, there's news about the method you tasked me to find for refining spiritual fire and the whereabouts of 2 spirit medicines. Wu Jiang entered with a face full of joy. Oh, fellow Taoist Wu, is what you said true? Upon hearing this good news, Qin Ming's entire being was immediately shaken. Absolutely, Wu Jiang affirmed with certainty. As for the sacrificial refining method for that spiritual fire, it's in the hands of a Qi cultivation clan on Huangfeng Island. I probed a bit, and this secret technique could be quite expensive, so fellow Taoist Qin should be mentally prepared. However, they are willing to sell it. After all, the heaven and earth spirit fire is even more difficult to find than this technique. Keeping this manual is like having a great recipe, but no ingredients. Better to sell it. The two types of spiritual materials are in the hands of a down-and-out loose cultivator. After listening, Qin Ming couldn't help but pat Wu Jiang on the shoulder. Fellow Taoist Wu, you truly are well-connected, getting information so quickly. Thank you. This guy is truly talented, always achieving great things. Then, Qin Ming generously pulled out a small bag of spirit stones and handed it to Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang felt the heavy weight, and his eyes instantly brightened, accepting it with delight. Fellow Taoist Qin, let me take you there immediately. 3 days later, when Qin Ming returned to the cave mansion again, he had already acquired the secret technique for refining heaven and earth spirit fire, as he wished. In addition, there were 2 auxiliary materials for refining the foundation establishment pill, but they were just seedlings. However, for Qin Ming, these are not a problem. Initially, that Qi cultivation clan relied on the rarity of the secret technique, intending to ask for a sky-high price, putting on a proud posture of having no price. But when Qin Ming took out Tier 2 5-colored spirit rice as an exchange, they obediently handed over the secret technique. Returning to the cave mansion, Qin Ming couldn't wait to take out the jade scroll that recorded the secret technique. Profound Yin Fire Sacrifice Technique. Inside not only contained the secret method to refine and tame spiritual fire, but also recorded various special spirit flames existing between heaven and earth throughout history. Qin Ming immersed his heart and spirit, continuously checking and flipping through it. When he saw the introduction of a heaven and earth spirit fire, he froze. What was introduced above was precisely the blue spirit flame he obtained from the ancient ruins medicinal garden. Tier 2 low-grade spirit fire, spirit-devouring poison flame. Born from the extremely positive land within the earth's molten core, where extreme yang gives birth to yin, thereby creating a sinister spirit flame. Besides possessing extremely high temperatures, this poison flame has another significant feature. It can directly burn and corrode a cultivator's mana. Once it sticks, it's as hard to remove as a bone-biting maggot. Qin Ming couldn't help but get goosebumps. Burn blue. If there was an accident during the refining process, it would be catastrophic, because refining heaven and earth spirit fire requires taking the spirit flame into one's body. Qin Ming took out the jade bottle containing the blue spirit flame, opened it, and glanced at it for a while. Confirmed it was indeed the spirit-devouring poison flame. Then, he seriously reviewed the secret technique more than 10 times to ensure there were no mistakes or omissions. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Carelessness was not an option. Meanwhile, while studying the secret technique, he discovered that this refining method for heaven and earth spirit fire is not something just anyone can do. There are certain strict conditions. First, aside from having high requirements for the physical body, the strength of the meridians also needs to be beyond ordinary. Otherwise, suffering backlash from the spirit fire during the refining process is not a joke. However, Qin Ming was confident about these 2 requirements. He believed there shouldn't be any problems. He immediately took out the jade bottle containing the spirit-devouring poison flame. Then, with a flick of his finger, he opened the seal at the mouth of the bottle. Tweet. A crisp chirp was heard. A blue flame shot out from it, transforming into a blue firebird, and flew toward the outside of the cave mansion in the blink of an eye. All of this happened in a flash. There was no time for him to react. Qin Ming didn't expect the spiritual fire to fly away on its own, which was not documented in the Jade Scroll, catching him off guard. Swish! Qin Ming hurriedly flew after it. If the spirit fire really flew away, there would be nowhere to find justice. But he had just stepped outside, witnessing a surprising scene. His life-bound spirit plant, Longevity Vine, shot out numerous black vines from the air, weaving into a fine net that ensnared the firebird manifested by the spirit-devouring poison flame tightly. No matter how the firebird struggled and flapped inside, it was to no avail. The poison flame it spewed couldn't cause any harm to the black vines. Instead, the black vines pummeled it until it dared not move. In a short while, it was tamed into submission, remarkably obedient. Seeing this, Qin Ming instantly relaxed. Something's wrong? That secret technique didn't mention that this poison flame could develop spirituality? If it weren't for the black vine being invulnerable to fire and water, it might have really gotten away. It was too close for comfort. Qin Ming felt rather embarrassed. Without further hesitation, he prepared to refine the spirit flame. The poison flame was currently well-behaved, having been tamed by the black vine. He had to strike while the iron was hot. Qin Ming focused his mind and directed the longevity vine to unravel the net, while he applied the secret technique, profound fire sacrifice, to capture the profound blue poison flame in the air. The spirit flame instantly landed in his hand. Next, Qin Ming made a shocking move. The spirit-devouring poison flame was taken up and swallowed whole. Immediately after, he sat cross-legged and began to channel the secret technique, refining and taming the spiritual fire. During the exercise, Qin Ming alternated between cold and hot. The aura emitted from his body showed a polarization effect. Qin Ming's face flashed a pained expression, as he sensed the difficulty in taming this poison flame was somewhat beyond his expectations. At this moment, his life-bound spirit plant flicked again, the black vine danced, and several strands of mysterious light flashed and disappeared into Qin Ming's body. The previously restless poison flame instantly became docile. Qin Ming, concentrated, continued applying the secret technique and accelerated the refining of the spirit fire. It took over 2 hours in total. A blue flame, as transparent as an ice soul, lay quietly above Qin Ming's Dantian Sea of Qi. This spirit-devouring poison flame had been fully refined. Next, it would just take time to nurture it, with the possibility of advancing in the future. Earlier, Qin Ming had been quite alarmed, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. Were it not for having the divine life-bound spirit plant, longevity vine, to rescue him, any other cultivator would have surely perished from the spirit fire's backlash. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was filled with excitement. Now, in the late stage of Qi cultivation, he had already mastered a Tier 2 heaven and earth spirit fire. Advancing to a Tier 2 alchemist master was just around the corner. And what delighted him even more was that this spirit-devouring poison flame had become a powerful trump card. In combat, catching an opponent off guard could lead to their great disadvantage. With this spirit flame, Qin Ming could open a furnace for alchemy anywhere, even without an alchemy room, making it extremely convenient. Qin Ming took out the purple alchemy furnace. With a thought, the ice-blue spirit-devouring poison flame appeared in his palm. Like a nimble blue firebird, it danced gracefully. Qin Ming cast a spell, and the blue firebird drilled beneath the furnace, obediently heating it. Not only that, he could manipulate the spirit flame to control the temperature freely, a feeling several times stronger than using the earth vein fire. He managed the heat smoothly and with great finesse. Currently, Qin Ming's powerful divine thought was enough to multitask. He quickly extracted the medicine embryo and prepared the medicinal liquid. No utensils were even needed. Under his divine thought's control, clusters of aromatic spirit liquid floated quietly in the air. When the time was right, Qin Ming poured all the medicinal liquid into the alchemy furnace. Moments later, as the pill was about to form, he activated the yin-yang separation and reunion spirit control technique to merge the pill again. Tweet! A clear cry echoed from the alchemy furnace. An enchanting fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Qin Ming was delighted as he retrieved the spirit-devouring poison flame back into his dantian for nurturing. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, over 10 spirit pills, exuding green pill essence, fell into his hand from the alchemy furnace. Top-grade spirit storage pill. More than a month later, in the nursery of the spirit nesting rice, Many young green sprouts had already emerged. However, Qin Ming's brow furrowed into a deep frown, because, under his strong affinity for plants, he found that although this batch of spirit seeds had begun to sprout, most of them appeared to be in a weakened state, almost at the brink of death. If no timely measures were taken, a large number would likely perish. Qin Ming immediately consulted several books on spirit plants and discovered this was a rare spirit plant disease known as spirit locking syndrome. The books only recorded its symptoms but provided no cure. Qin Ming suddenly understood that the reason spirit nesting rice was so difficult to cultivate was likely because this disease naturally occurred during the seedling stage, making it hard for them to survive. Just as Qin Ming was at a loss, an idea suddenly struck him. The ancient wood longevity technique he practiced contained the essence of plants and the pure spirit of heaven and earth, with effects of vitality and healing. It should also be effective for spirit plants, shouldn't it? Thinking of this, Qin Ming activated the ancient wood longevity technique, and the green shadow of the supreme wood Dharma body spirit appeared behind him. In an instant, tiny specks of plant essence chi, like a flowing tassel, followed Qin Ming's guidance and flowed into the sickly seedlings. All of a sudden, Qin Ming sensed a series of joyful and exuberant feedback from the spirit nesting rice seedlings. They gradually began to restore their vitality. It's working. Qin Ming was delighted and increased the output of plant essence chi. Under the constant healing of the longevity technique, all the spirit nesting rice seedlings regained their vitality, and the spirit locking syndrome was eliminated. In the days that followed, as Qin Ming tirelessly watered them with a high-level spirit rain technique day and night, the spirit seeds of the spirit nesting rice were successfully cultivated by him, with a survival rate of as high as 90%. In the nursery before him, 3 golden entries were refreshed. Name: Spirit nesting rice entry. Mana crystal X5, maturity 1%. Name: Spirit nesting rice entry. Leaf of Spacetime X5, maturity 1%. Name: Spirit nesting rice entry. Beast taming scripture, maturity 1%. Beast taming scripture appeared. It seems that raising spirit beasts should be put on the agenda. Subsequently, he transplanted all the seedlings of the spirit nesting rice into the water field. Next, Qin Ming went to the nearby lake and caught dozens of spirit fish, placing them into the spirit rice field. However, they were not the legendary cyan dragon spirit fish, but ordinary low-tier spirit fish. Qin Ming had previously tried to catch a cyan dragon spirit fish, but never managed to encounter one. If he couldn't catch a cyan dragon spirit fish, raising rice flower spirit fish for his spirit nesting rice might produce a different flavor. After finishing these tasks, Qin Ming also tended to the spirit gathering tea tree and the purple gold bamboo spirit field. In these 2 fields of spirit plants, 4 entries were refreshed. Name: Spirit gathering tea entry. Soul power crystal X5, maturity 5%. Name: Spirit gathering tea entry. Leaf of Spacetime X5, maturity 6%. Name: Purple gold bamboo entry. Chi blood crystal X5, maturity 7%. Name: Purple gold bamboo entry. Leaf of Spacetime X5, maturity 8%. Qin Ming looked at the lush greenery before him and gently nodded. He felt assured. With so many entries of Leaf of Spacetime, even if he couldn't gather the 3 main ingredients needed for refining the foundation establishment pill, even finding 1 or 2 seedlings or spirit seeds, he could foster them into growth. After tending to the spirit field, just as Qin Ming was about to enter the cave mansion for cultivation, he felt an array fluctuation outside. He released his divine sense to investigate and found that it was shopkeeper Liao from the Mirror Snow Pavilion. Qin Ming immediately lifted the array restriction to welcome him in. As soon as shopkeeper Liao came in, he originally had a smiling expression on his face. But upon seeing Qin Ming, he seemed stunned. Fellow Taoist Qin, is it possible you've had another breakthrough? Because shopkeeper Liao's divine sense probed the mana fluctuations around Qin Ming. But it was like hitting a mountain, impossible to discern its depth. I was fortunate to make a breakthrough. Did you come here with news of the spiritual materials needed for the Foundation Establishment Pill? Qin Ming asked with a slight smile, as he had already guessed the reason for the visit. Fellow Taoist Qin, truly remarkable, never showing off. I didn't expect you to have left me far behind. It's really humbling. But given your expertise in alchemy and spirit plant techniques, reaching this step is only natural. Shopkeeper Liao first complimented Qin Ming before continuing. Indeed, as per your request, fellow Taoist Qin, our pavilion master mobilized all possible connections, gradually gathering some of the spiritual materials, totaling 18 auxiliary ingredients and 2 main ingredients. But the 2 main ingredients aren't old enough. I'm afraid they can't be used for refinements. But since fellow Taoist Qin specially instructed, they were gathered nonetheless. As for the main ingredient, jade marrow mushroom, it only grows in certain secret realms controlled by major sects and is completely monopolized, nearly impossible to find outside. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was overjoyed. He never imagined the Mirror Snow Pavilion would gather materials so efficiently, even obtaining 2 main ingredients. Please thank fellow Taoist Gu for me. Keep an eye out for the other materials. I will find a way for the jade marrow mushroom. Afterward, Qin Ming invited shopkeeper Liao to sit in the cave mansion for a while. But as soon as he saw the spirit field outside the cave mansion, with thriving spirit nesting rice, spirit gathering tea, purple gold bamboo, and other tier 2 middle grade spirit plants, he was inwardly astounded, his expression becoming quite strange. After bidding farewell to Qin Ming, shopkeeper Liao immediately took off on his flying spiritual artifact, returning quickly to report. The news shopkeeper Liao brought was truly exhilarating for him. With this progress, more than half of the materials for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill had been gathered. The path to Foundation Establishment was within reach. In high spirits, Qin Ming approached his life-bound spirit plant, ready to begin cultivation. He was surprised to discover his nest of 4-winged frost bees had undergone a drastic transformation under the influence of the longevity vine. The entire swarm now had purple-black striped patterns, closely resembling the purple runes on the longevity vine. They had all advanced to become Tier 1 mid-stage spirit insects. Their stingers had all transformed into void poison stings, very similar to the thorns on the vine. And the queen bee was especially shocking to Qin Ming. Unnoticed, it had broken through to the late-stage Tier 1 level. Its body also grew larger, and its wings transformed into 6 wings. A twisted purple rune appeared on its forehead. It looked majestic. Qin Ming beckoned, and the queen bee appeared before him. He carefully observed this spirit peak and noticed it also exuded the same mystical light as the black vine. Could it be that it also gained the attribute of immunity to water and fire from the longevity vine? Qin Ming exclaimed. Subsequently, he cast a basic fireball technique, igniting the 6-winged queen bee. As expected, the queen bee did not evade, and the flame burned on it, but nothing happened. These spirit bees clearly possessed some dharma-defying ability, although not as terrifying as the longevity vine. Not afraid of the burn of Tier 2 spirit flames at all. But as time went on, if it continued to evolve, its dharma-defying ability might further improve. Qin Ming was about to return the queen bee to the hive. Suddenly, he caught a scent. A sweet, intoxicating aroma wafted into his nose. He immediately looked toward the black hive, now with a diameter of about 10 feet. The purple-black spirit bees were buzzing around, busily working. Qin Ming's eyes widened. No way. Could it be royal jelly? After a moment, Qin Ming collected 2 barrels of royal jelly from the beehive, weighing more than 80 pounds. However, the color of this royal jelly was a bit unusual, resembling blood-colored amber, crystal clear. But the spiritual energy contained within was palpable even from a distance. It is said that grated royal jelly has many uses. Adding a little royal jelly during alchemy can neutralize the medicinal properties, increasing the pill formation rate by around 1 to 2%, and there's a certain chance to improve the quality of the pills. If consumed directly, it has beautifying effects, and it is one of the main ingredients for refining the youthful appearance pill. Lastly, it is also a sacred antidote, capable of curing almost all poisons. In short, it has numerous benefits. Qin Ming casually scooped some royal jelly from the barrel and tasted it. Boom! Instantly, a surge of overwhelming qi blood power rushed in like a tidal wave. Qin Ming stood there, astonished. This blood-colored royal jelly could significantly enhance qi blood power. Its effects were even better than top-grade blood locust rice. Perhaps it was related to that strange skull demon flower. In a flash, the name of a pill unconsciously appeared in Qin Ming's mind. It was one of the more obscure pill formulas in Su Yuqing's notes. Its main ingredient required the jade scent nectar infused with qi blood to refine. This pill is called the Blood River Pill, a Tier 1 top-grade pill, extremely difficult to refine, a legendary body refining sacred item. The main ingredient is royal jelly containing qi blood power, a rarity in the cultivation realm. Qin Ming happened to have some spiritual materials needed to refine this pill. He decided to act immediately. He made another trip to Celestial River Market to purchase the remaining auxiliary materials. Qin Ming found Aunt Long from Mirror Snow Pavilion and spent a few days gathering all the materials. A few days later, Qin Ming returned to his cave mansion on Wanyue Island. He began extracting the medicine embryo, proceeding step by step with ease, releasing the spirit-devouring poison flame to heat the pill furnace. Time passed gradually. After several failures, Qin Ming finally succeeded in refining a furnace of Blood River pills. Ever since mastering the spirit-devouring poison flame, his success rate in alchemy had significantly increased. Even this top-grade spirit pill, Blood River pill, succeeded on the first attempt. With a flick of his hand, 8 crimson spirit pills, exuding astonishing qi blood power, fell into his palm. Is this the legendary Blood River pill? Qin Ming picked one up and scrutinized it for a moment. A strong, bloody scent surged into his nose. Without hesitation, Qin Ming immediately swallowed one Blood River pill. The tremendous qi blood power surged through his limbs and meridians like raging waves. He activated the 100 Treasures glazed scripture to refine this medicinal power. Gradually, layers of blood scabs oozed from Qin Ming's skin, enveloping him entirely. Like a massive blood cocoon, blood-red light flickered inside intermittently, lasting for 2 hours. Qin Ming's true qi blood spirit accumulated to its limit. Crack! The blood cocoon broke layer by layer, revealing Qin Ming's silhouette. 100 Treasures glazed scripture, 9th layer breakthrough. A sharp and unmatched, innate gang qi gathered within him, enhancing his bodily strength to nearly break past its limits. Now he was akin to a Foundation establishment great demon. Explosive power surged within Qin Ming. The glazed armor condensed from qi blood true spirit around him appeared substantial. Crucially, reaching this stage, he could now externalize the true gang. The power of his innate gang qi in attack was comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Ming rose and walked out of the cave mansion. Within a few breaths, his figure, like a ghost, reached the edge behind the peak. He then activated his true qi blood spirit, slashing a red blade towards a giant boulder in the distance. Bang! Qi blood true spirit projected outward like a crescent moon cutting through the sky, slicing the massive boulder into countless fragments. The cuts were incredibly smooth. Qin Ming tried another method, his qi blood true spirit surging around him. In an instant, centered around him, countless fine rays formed by innate gang qi exploded outwards. Puff, puff, puff. Everything hit by these rays was instantly riddled with holes, the power terrifying. This was enough to rival the means of Foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Ming was thrilled, punching out again, the scarlet fist light moving from his body, instantly reducing whatever it touched to ashes. In terms of strength, The power of a Foundation establishment great demon was much greater than an ordinary human cultivator. Demon beasts cultivate through their bloodlines, possessing terrible racial talents and inherited divine techniques, not to mention their extremely tough bodies. Therefore, the difficulty for demon beasts to cultivate to Foundation establishment is often several times that of the human race. Should he now encounter a newly advanced Foundation establishment stage cultivator, such as Elder Yu's kind, he could easily crush them. However, when facing Lin Zixiao, who now possesses a demonic inheritance, a late-stage Foundation establishment great power, it's better to steer clear. The immortal Tao values life. Why engage in constant fighting and killing? If I can't provoke you, can't I just avoid you? Having reached this step, Qin Ming now meant he could barely establish himself in the cultivation realm. Yet, the outside world remained chaotic. He still needed to find ways to raise his mana cultivation level to the Foundation establishment stage. The situation between the Spirit Feather Sect and the Thunder Origin Sect was also uncertain in its development. However, resource-driven conflicts and wars are inevitable. After all, the Pine-Way country is only so big, with many wolves and little meat. Therefore, in such clashes between powerful forces, Foundation establishment cultivators falling is quite normal, even though Qin Ming's strength had ascended to a new level. Under such external circumstances, he still felt an urgency, so this wasn't secure enough. He needed to elevate his mana cultivation too. Double insurance. The more cards up his sleeve, the more chance he has to pursue longevity in this brutal cultivation realm. No matter how chaotic the outside got, Qin Ming had already made up his mind to focus on farming and cultivating on Wangwei Island, not getting involved in external disputes. His Wangwei Island, far at the northern extreme of Spirit Nest Islands, not a place of great contention or strategic pass. For half a year, he wouldn't see his soul, almost isolated from the outside world. Perfect for steady development. Of course, now that Qin Ming had slightly surpassed ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, obtaining some resources in the future wouldn't be so restrictive, and he could act freely. I wonder if I cultivate the 100 Treasures Glazed scripture to the first layer of the Foundation establishment chapter, what would happen? Qin Ming also grew increasingly eager about the future of his cultivation. This body refining techniques Foundation establishment chapter consists of only 3 layers in total, corresponding to early, middle, and late stages. Once mastered, power far exceeds same-tier cultivators. Upon mastering the first layer of the Foundation establishment chapter, he would enter the realm of true gang transformation. According to the scripture, it's the first metamorphosis of the true Qi blood spirit. But to achieve this realm, merely relying on consuming Qi blood spiritual materials is far from enough. Pills can only play a supporting role. Entering the true gang transformation stage requires 2 prerequisites. First, refining demon beast essence blood, the higher quality and grade, the better, as it determines the power and potential of future techniques. Second, activating the 100 beast visualization image from the beast hide scripture, requiring sufficiently robust Qi blood gang Qi. Similarly, the higher level of the demon beast visualization image activated, the greater the power. With Qin Ming's current Qi blood true spirit reserve, attempting to activate the chart, he still fell far short. As for high-tier demon beast essence blood, he could ask Gu Qingzhao to keep an eye out, given that the vast sea immortal city is backed by the beast Roar Mountain Range. High-tier demon beast essence blood often appears at the city's auctions. Next, Qin Ming planned to visit Celestial River Market to inquire about the jade marrow mushroom. But at this moment, Qin Ming's communication talisman delivered a message. Upon opening it, it was from Wu Jiang. Fellow Taoist Qin, I have discovered a new spiritual material. The matter is urgent. Please come quickly to the vicinity of Dragon Scale Island. After Qin Ming received the message from Wu Jiang, he immediately summoned the spiritual light shuttle, transforming into a green rainbow, disappearing into the horizon. Dragon Scale Island, mentioned by Wu Jiang, wasn't particularly far from here. After flying for more than an hour, Qin Ming arrived at the scene. On an unnamed island near Dragonscale Island, 4 or 5 Qi cultivators were surrounding Wu Jiang and 2 other people, with mocking expressions on their faces. The leader among them was a mid-stage Qi cultivator from a Yu family on Beatsao Island, a middle-aged man. His cheekbones were high and prominent, his figure thin, with sinister-looking eyes as he stared at Wu Jiang, saying, "Aren't you the one who likes to show off? All right then, you 3 go in first." Wu Jiang glanced at a cave entrance not far away on the small island, looking nervous, gulping, and said, "Yu Pinghai, don't mess around. We've already sent a communication talisman to call for help." Yu Pinghai from Beatsao Island, with a sinister expression, said, "What's the use of saying that now? I've been squatting here for over 10 days, finally setting up an enticing trap to lure that giant python demon beast out of its cave. If it weren't for you reckless kids messing things up, disturbing that giant python demon beast, causing it to return to its nest early, would things have turned out this way?" Wu Jiang's face also turned ugly, had he not accidentally learned from another friend about the existence of a spiritual material stone milk spirit lotus in this cave. He wouldn't have rashly ventured in here. The aura emitted by that giant python demon beast was evidently late-stage Tier 1. They, being mid-stage Qi cultivators, would surely die if they went inside. Moreover, the situation inside the cave was unknown. What if there were more than one demon beast? Wu Jiang was extremely anxious, surrounded by people from Beatsao Island, trapped in a difficult situation. "Oomph. Do you want me to personally throw you all in?" Yu Pinghai seemed a bit impatient as well. He then nodded to signal the Yu family members beside him to act. The expressions of Wu Jiang and his companions changed drastically. Just at this moment, swish! A green streak of light from afar landed here in the blink of an eye. A plain-looking young cultivator appeared. "Fellow Taoist Wu, my apologies for being a bit late." Qin Ming landed beside Wu Jiang and said calmly. He then glanced at Yu Pinghai and his group on the opposite side, showing no concern at all. "Fellow Taoist Qin, not late at all. You came just in time." Wu Jiang's face lit up with joy upon seeing Qin Ming, and he finally relaxed. The earlier situation was truly dangerous. Even the people from Beatsao Island withdrew their hands, showing a wary expression. When Yu Pinghai saw that it was Qin Ming, his face became extremely ugly. Why is it him? Back when the contest for Wanhua Island's ownership took place, he had gone to watch the excitement. He had witnessed Qin Ming's strength firsthand. Even Zhao Chanjin, the Qi cultivation perfection master, eventually chose to surrender. With such power, he had no confidence in defeating him. Yu Pinghai and his men retreated a few steps, then hesitated for a moment and said, "Does fellow Taoist Qin intend to get involved in this matter too? I'll give you 5 breaths to scram, otherwise you go in to explore for me." Qin Ming's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Hearing this, Yu Pinghai's expression turned pig-liver-colored, as if a vat of soy sauce had been spilled on his face. He hesitated for 2 breaths, then gritted his teeth and spat out a word, "Go." Without daring to look back, he led his clan members to retreat quickly. On the way, a member of the Yu family asked, very unwillingly, "Are we really just leaving like this? We have 5 people and that guy." "Shut up. Where do you get your confidence from?" Even someone as strong as young master, Zhao, chose to avoid him. "How can we possibly match him? Or is your head particularly hard? Do you want to test the strength of the Yin Thunder?" Yu Pinghai scolded that family member before adding, "Let him jump around for a while. Once we have the foundation establishment pill promised by the Zhao family, and when the patriarch breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, we'll reclaim today's shame. I heard that kid only has a 4-element pseudo-spirit root, with little hope to reach foundation establishment in his lifetime. Even if he can plant spirit plants well, so what? His current cultivation is probably achieved through rapid breakthroughs with pills. Although his battle prowess is sharp, it's only temporary." Hearing this, all the Yu family members fell silent, following Yu Pinghai as they sped away. On the other side, on the unnamed island. Fellow Taoist Qin, the stone milk spirit lotus you were collecting is inside, but the demon beast has returned to its nest. It might be difficult to obtain now. Wu Jiang spoke to Qin Ming and then introduced his two friends to him. The two of them had also seen how Qin Ming scared away the five from Beatsao Island with just a few words. Politely greeted him. "No worries, I'll go in and take a look. You wait outside." Qin Ming instructed and then flew into the cave entrance. Wu Jiang and his two companions were dumbfounded. This, fellow Taoist Qin, should be all right? After all, there's a late-stage tier 1 demon beast inside. With fellow Taoist Qin's strength, he should be fine. After entering the cave, Qin Ming spread out his divine thought, walking in while observing the terrain. He found that it was actually a natural grotto. The deeper he went, the more spacious the space became. After advancing for about several hundred feet, he stopped. With his powerful divine thought probing, he discovered a giant python coiled at the bottom of the grotto, a late-stage Tier 1 creature. It was more than 10 feet long. Beside the giant python was the corpse of a giant crocodile demon beast, and not far away was a nest of crocodile eggs, which the giant python was currently devouring. It seemed like it had taken over another's nest. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, making sure there were no other dangers inside, then squinted his eyes and leaped down. The giant python demon beast evidently sensed someone entering too, flicking its long tongue towards Qin Ming's direction to attack. Bingqi sent acid spitting towards Qin Ming. With a single agile step, Qin Ming easily dodged the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he flicked a finger and a needle-like stream formed by innate gang qi pierced through the critical spot at its 7 inches. The giant python let out a wail and fell to the ground. To the cultivators outside, a late-stage demon beast this fearsome was taken down effortlessly. He seemed to exert minimal effort. Then he skinned the giant python and put the materials away, as it was good material for artifact refining. Qin Ming carefully examined the giant python and found no demon pill within, and the massive carcass was too big to take, so he decided Wu Jiang could deal with it later. Afterwards, he turned his focus to the water pool in the grotto's center. Inside, 5 spiritual lotuses, jade white and pure, were blooming. Indeed, one of the rare auxiliary materials for refining foundation establishment pills, the stone milk spirit lotus. Qin Ming's face lit up with joy as he collected them all, placing them into a specially prepared container to preserve them. With the spirit grass secured, Qin Ming was about to send a communication talisman to call the people outside. But when his gaze fell upon the nest of eggs left behind by the giant python demon beast, he was stunned, because among them lay a gray giant egg, quietly resting there, having escaped disaster. Qin Ming walked over and used his divine thought to carefully examine it. And what he saw astonished him, his face breaking into a joyful expression. A mutated earth-grade bloodline. The bloodline ranks of demon beasts, from low to high, are miscellaneous, low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, earth-grade, celestial grade. Qin Ming stepped forward and picked up this rather rare gray beast egg. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze, because he could clearly feel that the vitality within this beast egg was rapidly draining away. Qin Ming hastily activated the ancient wood longevity technique to heal it. With a continuous input of vitality, the situation of the beast egg started to improve, but this merely slowed down the rate of its vitality loss. To fully heal this giant crocodile egg, it was clear that it would still take quite some time. Qin Ming placed the egg into his spirit beast bag, planning to make arrangements upon returning. He also collected part of the flesh and blood of the giant python, as he couldn't carry all of it. After that, Qin Ming called the 3 people outside the cave-in. When Wu Jiang and the others entered and saw the scene on the ground, they were all shocked. Qin Ming instructed them to collect the remaining python meat on the ground, considering it as their reward. Wu Jiang and the others were overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected gain. The meat of a late-stage Tier 1 demon beast was quite valuable. It could fetch a good price in the celestial river market. With matters settled, Qin Ming parted ways with Wu Jiang and the others, returning to Wangyue Island. He continued to have Wu Jiang focus on collecting other spiritual materials. Qin Ming placed the beast egg in the cave mansion and periodically performed healing on it. As time passed, 2 months later, the gray beast egg had regained vigorous vitality, and the life signs within it started to stabilize gradually. However, it seemed that it would still take some time to truly hatch it. In the days that followed, Qin Ming found solace in the mountains and waters. Every day, he either tended to the spirit fields, fished in the lake, or immersed himself in arduous cultivation. With a Tier 2 middle-grade spirit vein environment, his life-bound spirit plant, the longevity vine, also grew slowly, with an invisible essence of plant constantly enhancing the cultivation of his spirit body. All aspects of his cultivation were advancing steadily and orderly. Time in the cultivation realm always passes quickly. Time flies. 2 years swiftly passed. During this period, with the help of Guqing Zhao and Wu Jiang, who collected from various places, the progress of gathering the spiritual materials for refining foundation establishment pills was over 90% complete. Only the jade marrow mushroom and the last 2 rare auxiliary materials were missing. Of course, among these collected spirit medicines, a small portion was of insufficient age, and some were already withered. However, these were not issues for Qin Ming. In the past 2 years, unless it was absolutely necessary to go out on errands, Qin Ming was reluctant to leave the island. The trivial daily tasks were all run by Wu Jiang for him, who, in turn, gained quite a few benefits from Qin Ming. Working under Qin Ming was much more advantageous than struggling outside. Wu Jiang, whose cultivation had been stagnant, broke through to the Qi cultivation 7th layer. It was quite a significant step forward. Qin Ming heard him say that the Wu family intended to cultivate him as the next generation patriarch. Additionally, he was clever, noticing that there were still many Tier 1 high-grade spirit fields on Qin Ming's island. Wu Jiang made a substantial decision, wanting to become Qin Ming's disciple, and wished to rent those spirit fields to learn spirit planning techniques with him. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was a bit overwhelmed and quickly waved off his request. Fellow Taoist Wu, there's no need for taking me as a master. However, if you wish to rent spirit fields for farming, I might agree to that. Wu Jiang was slightly disappointed upon hearing this. To Qin Ming's surprise, Wu Jiang actually rented all the spirit fields underneath Wangyue Island and paid Qin Ming in spirit stones. The next day, he called a group of craftsmen and constructed a few simple houses by the lakeside. He himself started diligently digging the spirit fields with a spiritual hoe. Qin Ming watched from above, slightly shaking his head. Unexpectedly, this person is one to act on his words, but it's uncertain how long his enthusiasm will last. After turning over the soil, Wu Jiang came up to the main peak, scratching his head with some embarrassment, asking fellow Taoist Qin, "What kind of spirit plant do you think I should grow?" Fellow Taoist Wu, since you haven't had experience planting spirit grass before, start with golden spirit rice. Qin Ming smiled pleasantly and offered him a suggestion. Wu Jiang's face lit up with joy, immediately nodding. "All right, does fellow Taoist Qin have spirit seeds for sale?" Hearing this, Qin Ming straightforwardly sold him the spirit seeds of golden spirit rice and the spirit rain technique. Wu Jiang cheerfully took the spirit seeds and started sowing. Watching his enthusiastic demeanor, Qin Ming seemed to see a reflection of his former self. After all, farming is still quite tough. During this period, Wu Jiang's Taoist companion, Mu Rian, often came to see him. She had a big belly. It seemed she's expecting. Looks like Wu Jiang was diligent in farming during the day and didn't slack off at night either. Still a hard-working person. Qin Ming himself was also finding ways to inquire about the whereabouts of the last 3 spiritual materials needed for refining the foundation establishment pill. However, he didn't find out about the foundation establishment spiritual materials. But during this process, he managed to collect all the materials for refining the youthful appearance pill, because he already possessed the most important main ingredient, royal jelly. The youthful appearance pill is also a tier 2 pill. Not to mention the spiritual materials needed are extremely hard to find. Its refining difficulty is comparable to the foundation establishment pill. This pill, like the life-extending pill, always has a part of the cultivation group eager for it. There aren't many tier 2 alchemists capable of refining the youthful appearance pill. Considering various factors, the price of a youthful appearance pill is extraordinarily expensive. This time, Qin Ming prepared 8 sets of materials for the youthful appearance pill. Inside the cave mansion, Qin Ming calmed his mind, eliminating distractions. Today, he would use the tier 2 youthful appearance pill to challenge becoming a tier 2 alchemy master. Only 8 chances, or else he would have to spend a long time gathering spiritual materials again. Qin Ming took out the purple alchemy furnace and placed it in front of him, putting all the spiritual materials on the table beside him. With a thought, a cluster of ice-blue spirit flame appeared in his palm, transforming into a blue firebird, gently dancing. He flicked his fingers, and the spirit-devouring poison flame drilled under the alchemy furnace, beginning to swallow and spit blue flames. Then, Qin Ming followed the refining steps of the youthful appearance pill, activating the spell to decompose the spiritual materials, refine the medicine embryo, and mix the medicine liquid. All processes proceeded in an orderly manner. Finally, it came to the fusion of medicine liquid and condensing pill steps. Qin Ming, as usual, activated the fusion pill technique to separate and recombine the pill. Poof! A dull thud sounded. Black smoke rose from the alchemy furnace in front of him. The first attempt unsurprisingly failed. Qin Ming's expression was calm as water, began to clean the dregs inside the alchemy furnace, continuing to prepare for the next refinement. The sound of failed alchemy echoed continuously inside the cave mansion, until the last furnace was being refined. Qin Ming looked at the only remaining set of spiritual materials. His face couldn't help but tense. He hadn't expected the difficulty of refining the youthful appearance pill to far exceed his imagination. However, he couldn't afford to think too much. Immediately, with a normal mind, he began refining the last set of spiritual materials. After 2 incense sticks, chirp, a clear sound erupted from the alchemy furnace. Inside, a hazy mist swirled, full of spiritual qi. A strong and refreshing pill fragrance wafted into his nose. Tier 2 spiritual pill succeeded. Qin Ming's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He raised his hand to beckon. 6 jade-like spirit pills fell into his hands, emitting gentle spirit essence fluctuations. This is the legendary youthful appearance pill. Simultaneously, it also meant Qin Ming had henceforth broken into the ranks of a Tier 2 alchemy master. A Tier 2 alchemist, even in a loose cultivator city like Vast Sea Immortal City. Only a few could be counted on one hand. Their esteemed status is self-evident. Since he could refine the youthful appearance pill, the foundation establishment pill surely wouldn't be a problem either. Qin Ming took out a youthful appearance pill, pondered for a moment, then swallowed it like candy. He felt a gentle warmth filling his entire body. Qin Ming smacked his lips, took out a bronze mirror to check his reflection, muttering, "It doesn't feel all that special." Having become a Tier 2 alchemy master, Qin Ming began to contemplate his next steps. Now my strength has greatly improved. It's time to go to Vast Sea Immortal City and plan for the final foundation establishment. And by the way, find Gu Qingzhao to repay a favor. Retreat for days. Qin Ming leisurely carried his hands behind his back as he left the cave mansion. The outside world was already a vast expanse of white. On the surface of Wangyue Lake, a thin mist hovered, as if draped with a layer of ethereal gauze, immortal energy swirling around. After the snowstorm cleared, the main peak of the island displayed snow, misty pines, a sea of clouds, and sunrise all together. The silver-draped winter at Wangyue Island shone brilliantly, like a fairyland. Qin Ming walked out of the cave mansion, checking on the growth of the spirit plants along the way. His life-bound spirit plant, the longevity vine, stood like a towering giant tree amidst the icy world, also covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. Qin Ming swiftly moved downward. He had just opened a defense array when Wu Jiang and Mu Rian came over, each holding a baby in their hands. Their eyebrows brimmed with a cheerful glow. Wu Jiang, holding the infant, said to Qin Ming with joy, "Fellow Taoist Qin, some time ago, Rian gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. I've seen you in retreat recently, so I dared not disturb you. Today, seeing you've emerged, I've specially come to share this joyful news with you." Wu Jiang's words were filled with proud delight. Beside him, Mu Ruyan, with her sweet appearance, bore a new maternal charm. She also came forward, smiling as she gracefully saluted Qin Ming. Upon hearing the news, Qin Ming remained composed on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Oh my, this guy really is something. A single strike hits the soul, and it's dragon and phoenix twins? Qin Ming then took the infant from Wu Jiang's hands, using divine thought to slightly inspect their root bones, leaving him even more shocked. Water and would attribute earth's spirit root. He then switched to the female infant in Mu Ruyan's hands, checking her as well. Wood, fire, and earth attribute 3 spirit roots, but possesses the Gui water spirit body. Qin Ming was speechless for a while. How do they hit such rare odds? It's known that the earth spirit root, within a prominent sect, is an exceptional talent, receiving preferential resources as a key cultivation focus. Thinking of this, Qin Ming recalled his own 4-element pseudo-spirit root's lackluster qualifications and couldn't help but feel somewhat bitter. Alas, the gap. Comparisons can be infuriating. Luckily, I have the longevity vine, and the acquired spirit body is soon to be refined. Qin Ming naturally also felt happy for Mr. and Mrs. Wu Jiang, immediately taking out a pair of spiritual jade pendant from his storage pouch as a congratulatory gift to them. This spiritual jade has a calming and tranquil effect, considered a rare item. Fellow Taoist Qin, these 2 children were born here on Wanwei Island and are unnamed. Since you're the Owl Master, why not help name them? Wu Jiang said expectantly. Black lines flickered across Qin Ming's forehead. He's really clueless about naming. Yet, seeing Wu Jiang so joyous, he didn't want to dampen his spirits. So, he pondered for a moment, then said earnestly, "In that case, let's name the girl Wu Wangyue and the boy Wu Wangfeng." Upon hearing the names, Wu Jiang and Mu Ruyan exchanged a look and then happily thanked Qin Ming. The names are excellent. They carry meaning. Qin Ming waved his hand, indicating there was no need for thanks. In the past 2 years, Wu Jiang has diligently farmed on Wanwei Island, progressing rapidly. He is now able to skillfully cultivate golden spirit rice, and has practiced the spirit rain technique to intermediate level. These things Qin Ming has noticed. Qin Ming never guided the other party. After exchanging pleasantries with Wu Jiang, he said, "Fellow Taoist Wu, I must go out to vast sea Immortal City for a while, so please take care of Spirit Island in my absence." Wu Jiang, hearing this, nodded his head in agreement. "Fellow Taoist Qin, rest assured, with me watching over the island, everything will be fine." A day and a half later, Qin Ming headed southwest, using the fastest speed to fly the spiritual light shuttle, soaring in the sky. Before long, a towering and magnificent giant city, backed by the Beast Roar mountain range, continuously expanded in Qin Ming's view. The sacred land of independent cultivators, vast sea Immortal City. The entire Immortal City, under the backdrop of the sunset glow, emitted a 5-colored radiance, appearing full of immortal energy. Inside the Immortal City, there's an anti-sky array. Cultivators are not allowed to fly within the city. Vast Sea Immortal City, built around the Tier 3 spirit vein Vast Sea Peak, spread out in rings from the center. At its very center is Vast Sea Peak, boasting the environment of a Tier 3 high-grade spirit vein. It's the exclusive area of Golden Core Masters. At the city gate, cultivators coming and going form a bustling crowd. In the sky nearby, various cultivators, either driving magical artifacts or riding spirit beasts, or using carriages, each exuding brilliant glows. The sound of slicing through the air continuously filled the air. It's like a magnificent and fantastical world of immortals. Qin Ming alighted in front of the city gate, lined up obediently behind the crowd. He looked up at the central area, that towering vast sea peak, feeling an indescribable pressure instantly overwhelm him. The entire vast sea immortal city, shielded by the Tier 3 forbidden array, radiated with a blue misty ripple, countless runes wandering within, flickering uncertainly. This Tier 3 array, centered around the Tier 3 high-grade spirit vein of vast sea peak, blended with the heavens and earth, forming its own world. Such an array, encompassing a city scale, strong enough to protect a major sect, possesses various unpredictable powers. Upon reaching this point in the array arts, a qualitative change and leap occur. But the resources required for its maintenance far exceed those of ordinary arrays. After 2 incense sticks of time, Qin Ming followed the crowd and reached the giant city gate 10 feet high, registered and verified his identity, paid spirit stone, and received an identity plaque. His background was clear, not a fugitive cultivator or demonic cultivator, so entering was smooth. Qin Ming stepped into the outer city of vast sea immortal city. The outer city. Even in the outer city of vast sea immortal city, clusters of dense shops and streets are far more prosperous than ordinary markets. The outer city area, with an environment of Tier 1 high-grade spirit veins, is even better than some island spirit vein environments within Spirit Nest Islands. This area mainly consists of inns, hostels, small shops. Those who reside here are primarily low-tier independent cultivators. Qin Ming followed the map's guidance and arrived at the inner city. The inner city enjoys Tier 2 low-grade to high-grade spirit vein environments, depending on the area. Most who settle here are large businesses, high-end residential areas, auction houses, etc., all gather in this vital location. As for the very center vast sea peak, only a small portion is open to outsiders. Qin Ming walked down the main road of the inner city, winding and turning, arriving at a core area. Here, the Tier 2 spirit vein environment is even stronger than his Wangware Island. Rows of luxuriously looking shops stood side by side. Mirror Snow Pavilion in the Immortal City is considered a significant power. Gu Qingzhao has mentioned that the shop is also located in the inner city's area. Qin Ming followed the road guide and arrived in front of a familiar 9-story building, upon which hung a large plaque, Mirror Snow Pavilion. Yet something caught him off guard. Today's Mirror Snow Pavilion entrance was somewhat grandly adorned. From afar, Qin Ming noticed a simple-attired, elegant beauty personally stepping out from the shop to greet him. "Welcome, fellow Taoist Qin, to Vast Sea Immortal City." Qin Ming followed Gu Qingzhao to the elegant room on the 7th floor of Mirror Snow Pavilion. "Fellow Taoist Gu, you really didn't need to go to such lengths." Although Qin Ming sent a communication talisman to Gu Qingzhao as soon as he arrived at Vast Sea Immortal City, he didn't expect that she, a dignified pavilion master, would come out to greet him. It truly took him by surprise. Gu Qingzhao's starry eyes secretly sized up Qin Ming. She vaguely felt that he had undergone some change since the last time they met, but she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Aside from that, Qin Ming also exuded an ethereal aura. With her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, she found it hard to see through him. Gu Qingzhao's voice, like the sound of a clear stream, replied, "Fellow Taoist Qin is an important collaborator of our pavilion and an honorary guest elder. It's your first time at Vast Sea Immortal City. Naturally, everyone in the pavilion should come to know you." Qin Ming could only nod and smile. Inside the elegant room, the air was filled with a delicate fragrance. Gu Qingzhao poured spirit tea for Qin Ming and then said, "Is fellow Taoist Qin here for the jade marrow mushroom this time?" "That's correct," Qin Ming replied after taking a sip of the spirit tea. "Ah, this item is truly hard to find, monopolized by the upper sections. It's rarely seen outside." Qin Ming had already anticipated this, but still said, No matter, fellow Taoist Gu has helped me gather so many spiritual materials. I'm already deeply grateful. Fellow Taoist Qin, no need to be so polite. For me, it's just a small matter. Gu Qingzhao responded nonchalantly with a smile. She continued, besides the spiritual materials we previously collected, we've recently added a new batch. I'll have shopkeeper Liao bring it over now. Qin Ming's face lit up with joy. That would be wonderful. A moment later, shopkeeper Liao received Gu Qingzhao's instructions and entered the room. He first greeted Qin Ming enthusiastically, then took out various sizes of jade boxes from his storage pouch, filled with numerous materials for refining foundation establishment pills. Some spirit medicines had 3 or 4 portions, some only 1. Additionally, some were not mature enough, and some were dead materials, having lost their efficacy. Gu Qingzhao couldn't understand why Qin Ming would also collect ineffectual materials. Perhaps he intends to experiment with them. After all, an alchemist has many ideas. Qin Ming waved his hand, and all the spiritual materials on the table vanished, stored in his storage pouch. Then he asked shopkeeper Liao, "Shopkeeper Liao, what is the price for these spiritual materials?" "I'll take them all." Shopkeeper Liao smiled and said, "The total cost for these materials, after an 80% discount, comes to over 30,000 spirit stones." The pavilion master specifically instructed that fellow Taoist Qin could settle for just 30,000 spirit stones. Qin Ming knew that Gu Qingzhao was showing him goodwill by offering a special discount. Not only that, Gu Qingzhao leveraged Mirror Snow Pavilion's resources to gather materials for him, incurring a significant favor. Given this, during the transaction, he happened to repay her favor. Under the gaze of Gu Qingzhao and shopkeeper Liao, 2 exquisite porcelain bottles appeared in Qin Ming's hand. He presented one to Gu Qingzhao first, saying, "This is my token of appreciation for fellow Taoist Gu, for the trouble you've taken with my matters." Then he placed the other bottle on the table, calmly stating, "Additionally, I entrust this bottle of pills for auction, and you can deduct the 30,000 spirit stones from the proceeds." Shopkeeper Liao nearby couldn't help but twitch at this. He couldn't understand what kind of pills would be worth over 30,000 spirit stones for a single bottle. Gu Qingzhao's beautiful eyes also showed a hint of doubt as she took the porcelain bottle with her alabaster-like, soft hand, gently opening the seal. A rich and exotic fragrance burst forth, filling the entire elegant room. Gu Qingzhao tilted the porcelain bottle, and a snow-white, jade-like spirit pill rolled into her palm. The spirit pill emitted a remarkable spirit essence, its aura clearly exceeding that of a Tier 1 pill. Instead, it was a Tier 2 spiritual pill. Gu Qingzhao gazed at the pill in her hand, countless thoughts racing through her mind. She recalled having seen such a pill auction somewhere before. Soon, she remembered it was during a major auction in Vassi Immortal City when the spirit pill had been auctioned. Known as the youthful appearance pill, its sole effect is to preserve youth and maintain eternal beauty. Even someone as experienced as Gu Qingzhao couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotions. She naturally knew that the difficulty in refining this Tier 2 youthful appearance pill was no less than that of the foundation establishment pill. In fact, it might even surpass it. Faced with Qin Ming's heartfelt gesture, even the typically aloof Gu Qingzhao felt a stir of excitement in her heart. No woman can resist the allure of eternal beauty. The rarity of the youthful appearance pill is no less than that of the foundation establishment pill. Gu Qingzhao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled gracefully and said, "Then I shall accept unreservedly. Thank you for your kind gesture, fellow Taoist Qin. Also, congratulations to fellow Taoist Qin for advancing to a Tier 2 alchemy master." Shopkeeper Liao, listening to this, couldn't help having a surge of thoughts. He, too, had considerable experience. When Gu Qingzhao poured out the spirit pill, he understood why a single bottle of pills could equate to numerous materials. Fellow Taoist Qin, is this the Tier 2 youthful appearance pill? As the Mirror Snow Pavilion shopkeeper, he naturally recognized the item. "Did you refine it yourself?" Qin Ming nodded lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Receiving Qin Ming's confirmation, shopkeeper Liao earnestly congratulated him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin, for breaking through to Tier 2 Alchemy Master and furthering your journey on the Immortal Tao. He remembered something and hesitantly asked, fellow Taoist Qin, isn't it said that refining Tier 2 spiritual pills requires the innate true flame from the Foundation Establishment stage? I was fortunate enough to refine a Tier 2 Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire, thus enabling me to refine Tier 2 spiritual pills, Qin Ming explained. Gu Qingzhao also revealed a look of realization. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Qin to so quickly break through to a Tier 2 alchemist. Currently, in Vassi Immortal City, there are only 3 Tier 2 alchemists. If fellow Taoist Qin can refine the youthful appearance pill, refining the Foundation Establishment pill will be no problem. Of the 3 Tier 2 alchemists now, only alchemist Sunk Jinyan can refine Foundation Establishment pills, and his reputation and status among the alchemists in the Immortal City are the highest. The transaction concluded. Qin Ming learned much about Vassi Immortal City from Gu Qingzhao. He subsequently stayed in the inn at Mirror Snow Pavilion. For the next 2 days, Qin Ming kept searching for clues about the jade marrow mushroom. However, he found nothing. Just when he planned to return to Wangwei Island, Gu Qingzhao sent news that thrilled him. Fellow Taoist Qin, the latest intel indicates that in Vassi Immortal City, some loose cultivators are organizing to crowdsource materials and invite alchemist Sunk Jinyan to refine Foundation Establishment pills. Next, those loose cultivators likely have traces of the main materials. Gu Qingzhao hesitated for a moment after seeing Qin Ming and then said, rather than that, fellow Taoist Qin, why not join them in co-funding the alchemy instead? The materials you have qualify for it. I can help with introductions. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly, contemplated for a long time, and asked, I wonder what Master Sunk's Jinyan success rate and quality are for refining the Foundation Establishment pill. It's roughly around 30% and, if luck is on our side, up to 40%. Master Sunk's, being a Tier 2 high-grade alchemist, already has a relatively high success rate, Gu Qingzhao explained. As for the quality of the pills, there may be rare occasions when 1 or 2 high-grade Foundation Establishment pills are produced, but the odds are very low. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt the risk was too high and not very stable. If it fails, all the materials accumulated over the years would go to waste. Besides, his original goal wasn't the ordinary quality Foundation Establishment pill. At the very least, it should be at the high-grade level. Of course, a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill would be even better. Even if the pill is successfully refined through co-funding, distribution is still a problem, as he wouldn't have control. At that time, Master Sunks would undoubtedly take a share as commission. In the best-case scenario, he could only receive 1 pill. Considering his aptitude, a single Foundation Establishment pill wouldn't be very reassuring. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin Ming decided to retain control himself. Fellow Taoist Gu, I've thought about it and decided to refine the Foundation Establishment pill on my own. Have you heard who holds the primary material, jade marrow mushroom? Qin Ming expressed his decision and then asked. Gu Qingzhao smiled faintly upon hearing this, as if he expected Qin Ming's decision. I've already investigated the situation. The primary material for refining the Foundation Establishment pill, jade marrow mushroom, is in the hands of Shun family's clan leader, Shen Yuanxiong, in the west of the city. Shun Yuanxiong is an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, likely initiating the material co-funding for alchemy to acquire Foundation Establishment pill for his family's descendants. Qin Ming felt quite puzzled. I wonder how Shan Yuanxiong came into possession of the jade marrow mushroom. It's said his ancestor was once an elder in the divine herbal sect, who made remarkable contributions during his tenure and was bestowed several treasures by the sect, among which was the jade marrow mushroom. After suffering severe injuries and breaking the foundation of his immortal path, he settled in Vassi Immortal City and established his family lineage. When Shan Yinxiong established his foundation, The foundation establishment pill used was also acquired through co-funding and refining materials, including the jade marrow mushroom, over a decade ago. I truly didn't expect he still has more than one piece of jade marrow mushroom, Gu Qingzhao said slowly. Upon hearing this, hope arose in Qin Ming's heart. So he asked her, fellow Taoist Gu, are you familiar with the Shun family? If possible, could you introduce me? Gu Qingzhao contemplated briefly and replied, the Shun family is a talisman-making family that collaborates with our Mirror Snow Pavilion, so naturally I can make introductions for fellow Taoist Qin. However, whether you can acquire the jade marrow mushroom next will be up to fate. After all, Shun Yuanxiong is co-funding materials for alchemy and is unlikely to easily sell the jade marrow mushroom he possesses. Qin Ming nodded, and then he followed Gu Qingzhao out of Mirror Snow Pavilion, heading towards the Shun family in the inner city's west. A stick of incense later, Gu Qingzhao led Qin Ming to the entrance of the Shun family's mansion. After the doorman went in to announce their arrival, the main gate opened, and out came an elderly man, stocky and richly dressed, with early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. He greeted them warmly and bowed to Gu Qingzhao. So it's Pavilion Master Gu, an honored guest. Please come inside. It seems this man is Shun Yuanxiong. Shun Yuanxiong also glanced at Qin Ming. He had never seen a young male cultivator accompanying the Pavilion Master of Mirror Snow Pavilion before, which surprised him. Who might this be? He smiled at Qin Ming and directed his question to Gu Qingzhao. With a calm expression, Gu Qingzhao said, this is fellow Taoist Qin, an honorary guest elder of our pavilion. Upon hearing this, Shun Yuanxiong immediately understood. However, such a young honorary elder mustn't be simple. He greeted Qin Ming politely. Fellow Taoist Qin, please come inside for a cup of spirit tea. Then the two entered the Shun family mansion. But as soon as he entered, Qin Ming was taken aback, because at this moment, the Shun family mansion was filled with more than 20 cultivators, most of whom were loose cultivators. It appears these cultivators are gathered here for the co-funding alchemy effort. Presumably, after the Shun family selection, only 4 or 5 would be left. Shun Yuanxiong led them to a room, closed the door, and implemented a soundproof restriction, asking, Pavilion Master Gu and fellow Taoist Qin, I wonder if your visit today is related to the co-funding alchemy? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming candidly expressed his purpose to him and offered generous terms. Upon hearing this, Shun Yuanxiong showed a difficult expression and only slowly spoke after a long pause. Pavilion Master Gu isn't an outsider. I can speak frankly with both of you. Indeed, I have 2 pieces of jade marrow mushroom left, but they're my last remaining stock. Let's just say if it weren't for my incompetent son, who finally attained Qi cultivation perfection, I wouldn't even consider selling them. All my hopes are pinned on it, so I can't allow any margin for error. Hence, I fear fellow Taoist Qin may be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming furrowed his brow, contemplated briefly, and then resolutely said, in that case, I'll make it clear, could Elder Shin part with 1 piece of jade marrow mushroom for my alchemy? After the pill is successfully refined, I can likewise share a foundation establishment pill with Elder Shun. Upon hearing this, Shun Yuanxiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Ming and then at Gu Qingzhao beside him. This, Pavilion Master Gu, could it be that fellow Taoist Qin? Indeed, fellow Taoist Qin is also a Tier 2 alchemy master. Gu Qingzhao nodded gently and replied with great assurance. Only then did Shun Yuanxiong realize that he had underestimated the seemingly unremarkable Qin Ming. So, it isn't surprising. So, fellow Taoist Qin is a Tier 2 alchemy master, my apologies. Shun Yuanxiong recovered from his shock and further asked, I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin has previously refined a foundation establishment pill? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming calmly replied, not yet, primarily due to a lack of spiritual materials. However, Elder Shun, rest assured, I am very confident in refining the foundation establishment pill. Gu Qingzhao also vouched, I can assure you of this point. fellow Taoist Qin has successfully refined even the challenging youthful appearance pill among Tier 2 pills. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanxiong was stunned. Since he's never refined it, how could he be so confident? Furthermore, seeing that Qin Ming was only at late-stage qi cultivation, young in age, this was the first he'd heard of him, causing him some doubt about his alchemical skills. It seems he's a newly risen Tier 2 alchemist, somewhat overconfident. With this thought, Shen Yuanxiong had already made up his mind. Even with Pavilion Master Ge's assurance, he couldn't take risks with his family's immortal path. After contemplating for a while, he still replied apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I've already made an agreement with Master Sunk's Jin Yin. All of the jade marrow mushroom must be entrusted to him for refinement." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was greatly disappointed. It seemed the other party still didn't trust him, but this was quite normal. But I still have one more piece of jade marrow mushroom, though its spirituality is severely damaged and its medicinal power insufficient. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin can make use of it. If needed, I could sell it to you. Originally ready to leave in disappointment, Qin Ming was surprised by this turn of events. His eyes lit up immediately, and he eagerly said, "Indeed." Shen Yuanxiong nodded and then took out a long jade box from his storage pouch, lifting its seal. A lingji, like emerald, crystal clear and translucent, appeared before Qin Ming's and Guqing Zhao's eyes. Qin Ming took the jade box and examined it carefully. He saw that this jade marrow mushroom had a crack in the middle, seemingly damaged by some tool. The medicinal properties were leaking, almost entirely lost. And this jade marrow mushroom was less than 100 years old, far from the 300-year medicinal age required by the Foundation establishment pill formula. To others, this jade marrow mushroom was hardly useful. However, for Qin Ming, this wasn't a problem. "I wonder, Elder Shun, what would it take for you to sell it?" Qin Ming asked straightforwardly. 3,000 spirit stones, or equivalent items, are acceptable. Shen Yuanxiong thought for a moment before speaking. Qin Ming weighed the jade box, frowned, and said, "This price is a bit excessive, isn't it? After all, the medicinal properties are almost all gone." Since that's the case, I'll take a step back. 2,500 spirit stones will do." Shen Yuanxiong's face twitched slightly, realizing he asked for too much, and he changed his offer. "Deal." Qin Ming's face was calm, but inside he was overjoyed. He thought it would cost him a hefty price to obtain a jade marrow mushroom, but it turned out to be much lower than expected. With this jade marrow mushroom, he could revive it and ripen several more pieces, sufficient for his alchemy needs. He unhurriedly took out spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Shen Yuanxiong. The transaction was completed. "Now that Elder Shun has important matters at home, we shall not disturb you further and take our leave." Qin Ming's mood brightened as his goal was achieved. Shen Yuanxiong courteously said, "Why not stay a bit longer? I could have someone treat you too well." "No, Elder Shun, please tend to your business. Since that's the case, forgive the neglect. After my affairs are settled, I'll surely visit Mirror Snow Pavilion to drink with you both." Shen Yuanxiong then opened the door, politely escorting them out. Just as they walked through the courtyard corridor, a burly man with a black beard hurriedly approached, his skin dark, exuding early-stage Foundation establishment mana fluctuations. As soon as he saw Shen Yuanxiong, he started cursing, "Quick, old ghost Shun, I want that half-dead jade marrow mushroom. I have other uses for it." As the burly man approached, he noticed the two people beside Shen Yuanxiong, one of whom was Guqing Zhao from Mirror Snow Pavilion. Immediately, he adjusted his demeanor and bowed. "Pavilion Master Ge is here too." Guqing Zhao nodded slightly in response. And Qin Ming, this Qi Cultivation Jr., was directly ignored by him. Shen Yuanxiong frowned and glared at the burly man, saying, "Luo Rong, why are you fussing? You're late. I've already sold the jade marrow mushroom to fellow Taoist Qin." Fellow Taoist Qin? The man named Luo Rong said incredulously. Shen Yuanxiong looked at fellow Taoist Qin and introduced, "This is fellow Taoist Qin, an honorary guest elder of Mirror Snow Pavilion, a genuine Tier 2 alchemist master." Luo Rong was shocked and then addressed Qin Ming. So it's Master Qin, such talent at a young age. However, he still asked stiffly, I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin could part with that jade marrow mushroom and sell it to me. I'm willing to pay double the spirit stones. This item is of great use to me. I'm afraid I cannot sell it. Qin Ming refused directly. Luo Rong was taken aback as the Qi Cultivation Jr. in front of him seemed unfazed by his Tier 2 alchemist status. Seeing Gu Qingzhao beside him, he dared not speak more, and his expression changed several times, ending with a sigh. Well, it seems this item is not destined for me. After speaking, he bade farewell and left awkwardly. Luo Rong's personality is just like that. Please don't mind him. Shen Yuanxiong laughed. He had just left. A commotion arose at the courtyard gate. An impressive elderly man with golden hair, wearing a yellow robe, slowly entered the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Seeing him arrive, Shen Yuanxiong greeted the two and quickly went to receive him. Master Sunks, please rest in the side hall. Everyone's here, and it'll start shortly. Gu Qingzhao introduced to Qin Ming. This is alchemist Sunks Jinyan from Vast Sea Immortal City. Qin Ming nodded. Sunks Jinyan saw Gu Qingzhao and Qin Ming too and walked over to exchange lukewarm greetings with Gu Qingzhao. Then he entered the side hall. Alchemist Sunks' position in Vast Sea Immortal City was second only to Golden Core Masters. After Qin Ming and the two left, Sunks Jinyan sat down in chair, leisurely drank tea, and asked Shen Yuanxiong, What's Gu Qingzhao doing here? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanxiong immediately explained everything that had happened. Upon hearing that the Qi Cultivation Jr. beside Gu Qingzhao was not only a Tier 2 alchemist but also had crafted a youthful appearance pill, an indescribable change flickered across his face. Sunks Jinyan commented blandly, That friend Qin must have an extraordinary talent in alchemy to have crafted a youthful appearance pill. Aside from that, he likely has an exceptional alchemist inheritance. If not, Old Me would be considering him as a disciple. Shen Yuanxiong didn't expect alchemist Sunks to rate him so highly. Being clueless about the alchemy path, he asked, Can he craft foundation establishment pills? Of course, the difficulty of crafting the youthful appearance pill even slightly surpasses that of the foundation establishment pill. In alchemy, mastering one method often translates to mastering many methods. Since he can craft the youthful appearance pill, he can certainly craft the foundation establishment pill. Sunks Jinyan explained slowly. Shen Yuanxiong was stunned. He felt like he had missed something. But he took that defective jade marrow mushroom. I don't think he can craft it, can he? Hearing this, Sunks Jinyan seemed amused. Alchemy's secret techniques are countless. Perhaps he has a way to replenish the medicinal properties? At that moment, Shen Yuanxiong remembered Luo Rong's words. How does it feel that selling that jade marrow mushroom was a loss? Sunks Jinyan said, All right, you go prepare. I'll wait here. I've made some progress in alchemy recently and guarantee to successfully craft a batch this time. With these words, he reassured Shen Yuanxiong. He was overjoyed and went out to busy himself. Elsewhere, Qin Ming got a crucial primary ingredient, relieved. Currently, he only lacked 2 rare auxiliary ingredients, though not as hard to find as spirit marrow mushroom. By keeping an eye out, he believed he could gather them quickly. Qin Ming remained in Vast Sea Immortal City for another day, seeking the whereabouts of these auxiliary ingredients, but with little success. That day, he was in a spirit medicine shop searching for clues about auxiliary materials. Behind him came a familiar voice. Fellow Taoist Qin, what a coincidence. Qin Ming turned to look back, finding a bearded cultivator smiling and greeting him. It was the foundation establishment cultivator, Luo Rong. A hint of caution flashed in Qin Ming's heart. In fact, not long ago, relying on his powerful divine thought, he had already discovered that the other party had been tailing him. He just pretended not to notice. In such a large, vast sea, immortal city, how could it be so coincidental to meet here? Elder Luo, I fear it's not a coincidence, is it? You've been following me for quite a while. Just say what you want. Qin Ming directly exposed the other's actions. Luo Rong, having his trick seen through, gave an awkward laugh. I forgot fellow Taoist Qin is a Tier 2 alchemist master, with a divine soul different from ordinary people. I didn't expect such a small trick couldn't fool you. Sigh, fellow Taoist Qin, I'm still after that jade marrow mushroom. I really have use for it. Could you let it go to me? Name your terms. Qin Ming did not expect that the other party would still be fixated on the jade marrow mushroom. What exactly is he up to? Elder Luo, forgive me for speaking bluntly. This jade marrow mushroom is of great use to me as well. No matter what price you offer, I will not sell it. Qin Ming straightforwardly refused. Luo Rong, being rejected twice in a row, was enraged and exclaimed angrily, "You brat, I was speaking to you kindly out of respect for Pavilion Masterga. Didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Do you really think I dare not do anything to you?" Qin Ming remained composed upon hearing this. Within vast sea, immortal city, you indeed dare not do anything to me. Fine. Fine. Luo Rong was furious to the point of laughing bitterly. Qin Ming also didn't expect that failing to entice, the other party would simply resort to coercion. I'm also puzzled. Elder Luo is so attached to this defective jade marrow mushroom. What exactly do you plan to do with it? Could you tell me? Maybe I'll change my mind. Luo Rong snorted coldly. Oomph. Still trying to trick me into talking. You're still too young for that. Well then, since Elder Luo is unwilling to say more, I'll be taking my leave first. Qin Ming finished speaking, completely ignoring the other party, and stepped out of the shop, leaving behind Luo Rong, who was fuming with anger. Luo Rong clenched his teeth so hard they creaked. Never had a Qi cultivator dared speak to him like that before. Qin Ming returned to the Mirror Snow Pavilion and recounted the event to Ge Qingzhao, seeking her opinion. This Luo Rong used to be an ordinary Qi cultivator of the 100 Flowers Sect, reportedly expelled from his sect for violating sect rules. He got lucky afterward, acquiring a foundation establishment pill from an unnamed cave mansion, and successfully established a foundation. This person is rather narrow-minded. Should I step in and give him a warning? Qin Ming waved it off. No need. I've been out for 3 days. I need to get back to tend to the spirit field. I'll head back directly to Wangyue Island. All right. I shall have someone escort fellow Taoist Qin, just in case, Ge Qingzhao said with a hint of concern. Qin Ming waved his hand, saying, No need. I have my own way of dealing with him. Fellow Taoist need not worry. Seeing this, Ge Qingzhao said no more. The main purpose of this trip having been achieved, Qin Ming bid farewell to Ge Qingzhao and left. Before leaving, Ge Qingzhao returned the gesture, gifted him a few jars of aged and fine spirit wine. The other 3 youthful appearance pills commissioned by fellow Taoist Qin for auction will be auctioned at the largest auction in Vast Sea, Immortal City in 3 months. You are welcome to watch then. Qin Ming accepted the fine wine with a smile, then smiled. Fellow Taoist Ge can handle the auction for me. Just have Aunt Long give me the extra spirit stones. Ge Qingzhao nodded. All right then, I'm off. Fellow Taoist Ge, you are welcome to visit Wangyue Island anytime. Bidding farewell to her, Qin Ming walked onto the main street of Vast Sea, Immortal City. Exiting the gates of Immortal City, he immediately mounted the spiritual light shuttle, flying towards the Spirit Nest Islands with all his might. A figure followed swiftly behind him. Qin Ming spread his divine thought and quickly discovered the person behind him. The person was none other than Luo Rong. Qin Ming's lips curled into a smirk. Luo Rong had indeed caught up, as expected. He drove the spiritual light shuttle at full throttle. With his current cultivation, flying at full speed was effortless. The shuttle trailed a long blue gleam, disappearing into the horizon. Luo Rong chased after him, sweating profusely, the distance gradually widening. Qin Ming sensed his surroundings with divine thought. After confirming there was no one, he suddenly slowed down, circling around a mountain peak before coming to a stop. He purposely lured Luo Rong out, wanting to see what trick he had up his sleeve. This should do right here. Half a cup of tea time later, Luo Rong caught up, just as he was using divine, thought to search for Qin Ming's location. Boom! From a position to the side, a blaze of icy blue flames suddenly shot out, heading straight for his face. Feeling the intense heat of the flames, Luo Rong was startled to the core by the unexpected strike. This icy blue flame gave him a strong sense of heart palpitations. Luo Rong hurriedly retrieved a black umbrella defense spiritual artifact, barely blocking the attack. But still, several blue flames landed on him. Instantly, a severe burning sensation was felt, and he quickly used mana to extinguish the blue flames. Just as he was about to make his next move, Luo Rong's face suddenly stiffened, revealing a look of terror. He felt his mana was rapidly depleting. Spirit-devouring poison flame, once sticking on would cling like a maggot to bones, as if fire had entered an oil pan, starting to rapidly consume his mana. Within just a few breaths, Luo Rong felt his mana, like a breached dam, was being drained uncontrollably. His face turned ash and trembled, his mana largely consumed. And the more he used mana, the faster it burned. Maintaining his flight was becoming near impossible. What kind of monstrosity is this? Luo Rong appeared aghast, teetering, and fell towards the mountain below. Qin Ming watched everything coldly, then chased after him in a flash. With a wave of his hand, the spirit-devouring poison flame returned to his grasp. Qin Ming landed in front of Luo Rong and asked flatly, "Elder Luo, where are you going? Weren't you chasing quite intensely just now?" "Fellow Taoist Qin, it's a misunderstanding." Luo Rong's face looked drained. It was evident his mana had bottomed out. His lips trembled, showing signs of pleading. A Foundation establishment cultivator without a trace of mana was akin to a toothless tiger. This eerie and unpredictable flame that could burn a cultivator's mana was something he encountered for the first time, and he had no solution at all. "Speak, what use do you have for that defective jade marrow mushroom?" Luo Rong, crumpled like slop, lay limp on the ground, shaking, and said, "It's for brewing Foundation establishment wine, fellow Taoist Qin. I was wrong, spare me. I'm willing to offer the brewing method." At this moment, he didn't care about the dignity of a Foundation establishment great cultivator. Watching Qin Ming slowly approaching him step by step, his heart frightened to the extreme. Qin Ming was stunned to hear this. Foundation establishment wine? Such a thing existed? Then he flicked a black seed at the struggling Luo Rong on the ground, casting a thorn technique. After several screams, there was a dried corpse and a blood pearl the size of an egg on the ground. He collected the blood pearl, then picked up Luo Rong's storage pouch, erased the restriction with divine thought, and opened it to take a look. Searching around, he finally found what he was looking for in a corner. A green jade scroll appeared in Qin Ming's hand. Wine Immortal Divine Formula. Qin Ming immersed his heart's spirit and perused the contents inside thoroughly. For a long time, he was pleasantly surprised to discover it was actually a book on brewing various spirit wines. It not only recorded the brewing methods of numerous spirit wines, but also provided different types of spirit wines that could enhance cultivation based on different cultivation stages. Like the Foundation establishment wine mentioned by Luo Rong earlier, also known as Spirit Fire wine. Once brewed, it can enhance the mana cultivation of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Its effect was not much worse than that of pills. Ordinary cultivators could brew it themselves, unlike alchemy, which had high requirements. And some of the spiritual materials used in this wine recipe coincidentally overlapped with those used for refining Foundation establishment pills. Its biggest advantage is the age requirement for the spiritual materials to brew Spirit Fire wine is far lower than that for Foundation establishment pills. One primary material among them is the jade marrow mushroom, which only requires medicinal power at least 50 years old. Compared to refining pills, the cost is relatively low. This brewing classic was probably created by a senior expert who has delved into this path for many years. No wonder Luo Rong went to great lengths to seize this jade marrow mushroom from him. Qin Ming joyfully put away the jade scroll, and he could attempt to brew spirit wine on the island in the future. However, just at this moment, In the storage pouch of Luo Rong, where spiritual materials were stored, two spirit grasses caught his attention. He took them out for a closer look, and immediately his face shone with delight. Night jade flower and leeson grass. Weren't these the last two spiritual materials missing for refining foundation establishment pills, which he had been desperately searching for? Truly, what you seek is hard to find, but when you stop seeking, it comes effortlessly. At this point, Qin Ming had collected all the spiritual materials needed to refine foundation establishment pills. Next, he needed to return and revive or ripen these spiritual materials as appropriate. Qin Ming's eyes shone with excitement. The path to foundation establishment is right ahead. Besides that, as a foundation establishment cultivator, Luo Rong's storage pouch also held many good things. The total number of spirit stones alone was over 20,000, and there was a top-grade defense spiritual artifact, the Black Spirit Umbrella, that had just blocked the spirit-devouring poison flame. If it weren't for this defensive artifact, Luo Rong would likely have been turned to ash by the spirit-devouring poison flame immediately. And it seemed that this artifact was probably something Luo Rong picked up from that cave mansion. After all, as Qin Ming roughly browsed his storage pouch, aside from two items, everything else was quite ordinary. It seems Luo Rong was one of the most ordinary among foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, there were also various cultivation techniques, pills, talismans, and artifacts. Qin Ming benefited a little from this. He threw a fireball at the corpse, destroying any evidence. Then, he rode the spiritual light shuttle and flew towards Wangyue Island. One day later, Qin Ming returned to his old base without delay. Everything on the island was as usual. Wu Jiang saw Qin Ming return, greeted him, and reported the situation on the island over the past few days. After Qin Ming returned to the cave mansion, he first went out to inspect the planted spirit plants. Then he came to his life-bound spirit plant longevity vine and took out the blood pearl. Directly threw it over. Rustle, rustle. In an instant, the vines danced in the sky. All the accumulated snow was shaken off. Qin Ming formed a technique with his hands and threw the snow that had just fallen in midair far away to prevent it from harming the spirit plants in the spirit field. Thump, thump. The eerie heartbeat sounded again. Upon absorbing this blood pearl formed by a foundation establishment cultivator, purple runes erupted around the longevity tree. They rapidly orbited around the giant wood. The dozens of skull-shaped demon flowers instantly withered, slowly beginning to bear black, skull-shaped fruits. Longevity vine grew a bit taller. The entry status above was updated. Name: Longevity Vine Entry. Weak lifespan X5. Maturity 84%. Name: Longevity Vine Entry. Leaf of Spacetime X5. Maturity 83%. Name: Longevity Vine Entry. Essence of Qi Blood X1. Maturity 85%. Name: Longevity Vine Entry. Great 5 Elements Technique. Maturity 86%. Following this was a vast essence of plants and trees was fed back into Qin Ming's body. Qin Ming immediately sat down and began cultivating the ancient wood longevity technique. After a long time, the supreme wood Dharma body spirit behind Qin Ming had grown significantly. Only one last step remained to reach true great success. As soon as winter arrived, Qin Ming spent most of his time in a state of cultivation. His mana gradually settled, on the verge of breaking through to the Qi cultivation 10th layer, reaching great perfection. The crops in the spirit field on the island were also in good growing condition. The purple gold bamboo and spirit gathering tea, after more than 2 years, had also grown taller. The spirit nesting rice had also begun to bear spirit rice ears. The rice flower spirit fish in the spirit water field had also been successfully cultivated, each looking plump and beautiful. They constantly swam and splashed in the paddy field. On this day, Qin Ming was in the cave mansion, researching the wine Immortal Divine formula in between his cultivation sessions. The defense array outside gave a signal of sensing something. Someone had come to visit. Qin Ming put away the jade scroll and then exited the cave mansion to see outside. He opened the array and looked up. He saw that it was Lim Yuanqing, the Vice Alliance leader of the 72 Island Loose Alliance, who had come with two others. At that moment, they were below, having a conversation with Wu Jiang. Seeing Qin Ming come out, Lim Yuanqing had a smile on his face and approached Qin Ming, saying with great emotion, "Ah, it's really unexpected. This Wangwei Island, under fellow Taoist Qin's management, has changed so dramatically. I almost thought I had come to the wrong place. Ha ha. Alliance leader Lim overpraises me. I wonder what important matter brings you here today." Qin Ming cupped his hands and spoke. As the saying goes, without cause, there is no rising to the Three Treasures Hall. The sudden visit from the Loose Alliance made Qin Ming have a bad premonition. Lim Yuanqing straightforwardly explained his purpose. "Fellow Taoist Qin, I came this time to invite Wangwei Island to join the 72 Island Loose Alliance. Ahem. Although Wangwei Island has a small population, fellow Taoist Qin's strength is clearly evident. We loose cultivators have a hard time in these parts, and we should band together for warmth. I wonder, what is fellow Taoist Qin's opinion?" Subsequently, Lim Yuanqing explained to Qin Ming the various conveniences and benefits of joining the Loose Alliance. After speaking, he quietly looked at him, awaiting his decision. "I appreciate the Alliance leader's kindness, but I currently have no plans to join any force, just wish to cultivate quietly on the island." Qin Ming declined with cupped hands. Lim Yuanqing did not expect Qin Ming to directly refuse. Before he could speak, a burly middle-aged man beside him spoke with some displeasure. "There are many spirit islands eager to join our 72 Island Loose Alliance, and the Alliance leader hasn't agreed. You get a special invitation today, and yet you seem to lack the discernment of taking the opportunity." "Shut up." Lim Yuanqing glared fiercely at the middle-aged man beside him. The burly middle-aged man immediately fell silent. "Fellow Taoist Qin, please don't take offense. It's my subordinate who doesn't know better." Lim Yuanqing, returning the smile, offered an apologetic smile to Qin Ming. Qin Ming furrowed his brows, not knowing what the 72 Island Loose Alliance's sudden push to recruit members was intending. "No trouble. Thank you, Alliance leader Lim, for going out of your way." His words clearly indicated he was seeing them off. Lim Yuanqing also noticed Qin Ming's reluctance, and thus had no choice but to bid farewell before leaving. Qin Ming watched the group depart, with thoughts swirling in his mind. In midair, the burly middle-aged man from the 72 Loose Alliance expressed some resentment. Not even inviting us to sit inside the cave mansion is one thing, but he openly defies the Alliance leader just because he won a few battles. He thinks he's something. I've looked into it before. That kid comes from being a spirit farmer in the Spirit Feather Sect with very mediocre spirit root qualifications. I doubt he'll ever break through to Foundation establishment in his lifetime, and yet he puts on a front of being a dedicated cultivator. This Wangwei Island could well be wiped out any day now. Upon hearing this, Lim Yuanqing scolded, "Are you done talking? If you're so capable, show me you can break through to a Tier 2 spirit plant master." As his words ended, the burly middle-aged man immediately fell silent. The Zhao family, one of the 7 great powers, has become increasingly restless after allying with the Spirit Feather Sect. Even if we can't recruit allies, we shouldn't push people towards them. At this time, another person expressed concern, Alliance leader Lim. "I've heard that the Yu family on Beats Out Island and the Yan family on Flying Spirit Island, among other islands, have secretly started cooperating with the Zhao family. Should we?" Lim Yuanqing shook his head calmly, saying, "They're just a few jumping clowns, not worth worrying about. For now, let's just watch and see." Winter passes and spring arrives. The seasons rotate. The spring sunlight spills down, and Wangwei Island is suffused with verdant green. Qin Ming is casting the spirit rain technique, fattening the spirit plants in the spirit field. The Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plants he planted before can be harvested this year. Name: Spirit Nesting Rice. Entry: Mana Crystal X5. Maturity: 91%. Name: spirit nesting rice entry. Leaf of Spacetime X5, maturity, 92%. Name, spirit nesting rice entry. Beast taming technique, maturity, 91%. Name, spirit gathering T entry. Soul power crystal X5, maturity, 92%. Name, spirit gathering T entry. Leaf of Spacetime X5, maturity, 91%. Name, purple gold bamboo entry. Chi blood crystal X5, maturity, 89%. Name, purple gold bamboo entry. Leaf of Spacetime X5, maturity, 90%. Having watered all the spirit plants, Qin Ming walks to the spirit nesting rice water field, watching the rice flower spirit fish joyfully swimming inside. Almost 3 years have passed. These spirit fish have absorbed the spiritual chi of spirit nesting rice and been influenced by the longevity vine. Their appearance has drastically changed. Even the smallest has grown to 4 or 5 pounds. Their bodies now marked with strange tiger stripes. These spirit fish move exceptionally spiritedly, hunting the scattered rice flowers of spirit nesting rice in the water field. Qin Ming licks his lips, casually nets a larger rice flower spirit fish, getting ready for a meat feast. He sets up a boiler outside, releases the spirit-devouring poison flame, and starts to burn water. That's right, cooking with Tier 2 heaven and earth spirit fire is just that extravagant. The spirit-devouring poison flame morphs into a blue firebird, slowly heating the pot under Qin Ming's control. After washing the rice flower spirit fish, Qin Ming places it in the pot, adding a bit of seasoning. He cooks a pot of clear fish soup. Soon, the rich aroma assaults the senses. The fish soup in the pot emits an astonishing spirit charm. This. Qin Ming is also shocked. Unexpectedly, the casual pot of soup has such phenomena. He had once heard in the Celestial River Market about the legendary Cyan Dragon Spirit Fish's Lesser Cyan Dragon Soup, Great Cyan Dragon Soup, with various mystical properties. Could it be that the rice flower spirit fish, cultivated with spirit nesting rice by himself, also has such effects? Upon this thought, Qin Ming eagerly scoops a large bowl of spirit fish soup from the pot. Without minding the heat, he takes a big sip. Boom! A surge of massive spiritual chi rushes to the cranium, besides the exquisite taste of the spirit fish, making one linger. The mana inside Qin Ming starts to soar. As expected, this spirit fish soup, like the legendary Cyan Dragon Soup, can increase mana. After drinking the spirit fish soup, Qin Ming quickly operates the ancient with longevity technique to refine the spiritual chi within. Over an hour passes. The mana aura on Qin Ming grows increasingly powerful. Finally, he reaches a critical point. Buzz. Vast undulations arise around his body. The longevity vine responds in joyous cheer. Heaven and earth's spiritual chi begins to resonate with Qin Ming. Within Qin Ming's Dantian Sea of Qi, the Cyan Misty Ocean expands by double. Slowly opening his eyes, he is overjoyed. Qi cultivation great perfection has been achieved, unexpectedly realized in such a manner. Things the former self of this body dared not imagine, achieved today. Qin Ming's eyes emit 2 beams of light, then gradually retract. The mana aura of Qi cultivation perfection on him also gradually hides away. Qin Ming seems like an ancient tree, aged and silent. This ancient wood longevity technique also has the effect of concealing mana aura. After the breakthrough, he consolidates his cultivation further. Qin Ming returns to the spirit water field, looking at the bustling rice flower spirit fish swimming inside. After personally testing, he can confirm these spirit-dwelling rice flower spirit fish, like the Cyan Dragon Spirit Fish King, can increase the mana cultivation of cultivators. Even for foundation establishment stage cultivators, it has certain benefits. The mystical nourishing effect is already comparable to the Great Cyan Dragon Soup. It seems casually selling one could exchange for several spirit stones. But this kind of spirit fish that increases cultivation, he plans to keep for personal enjoyment. Moreover, he intends to raise more in the future. Perhaps Qin Ming's fortune has arrived as well. On this day, Qin Ming, as usual, prepares to imbue the beast egg with plant essence qi, only to discover a collision sound emanates from the eggshell. Seemingly, the life inside is about to break free. The entire beast egg wobbles. The little thing inside keeps bumping the shell, but it seems the outer shell is too hard. Despite numerous attempts, it cannot break through. Qin Ming waits anxiously besides, sweating for it. He doesn't help the little thing inside to break the shell. This step, it must accomplish on its own. The collision sound inside the egg becomes increasingly frequent. Nearly an hour passes. Crack. A visible crack appears on the surface of the beast egg. Then the second, the third. Crunch. Finally, the entire beast egg splits apart. A foot-long little crocodile bursts out. After emerging, the little creature looks around, seemingly recognizing Qin Ming's familiar aura on him. It chirps pleasantly, running towards him, affectionately rubbing against Qin Ming's pant leg, acting all needy. Qin Ming is equally stunned. Unsure what to feed it, he casually retrieves some spirit beast meat, tossing it over. Qin Ming then crouches down, watching the little crocodile devour like a storm. Though small, the crocodile already shows kingly demeanor, with rows of sharp teeth within its long snout, its back armored in black golden scale armor. He flips open a book recording demon beasts. Finally finds corresponding information on this type of demon beast. Earth-grade bloodline demon beast, profound water crocodile. This little profound water crocodile is born with Tier 1 low-grade demon beast cultivation. In adulthood, possesses the potential to advance to Tier 3 demon beast. Gazing at the little crocodile on the ground, Qin Ming displays delight. It's unbelievable this cute little thing will grow to be so terrifying later. Following days, Qin Ming adds another task, feeding the little crocodile. However, he only keeps the little crocodile within the cave mansion, fearing it might wreak havoc in the spirit field. Once it matures, Qin Ming plans to release it into the lake near Wanghu Island to guard the house. Though that's far off, it's estimated to wait until it grows up. Qin Ming learns from books that some high bloodline tier demon beasts, given suitable growing conditions, display extreme growth speed. Thus, on Wanghu Island, Qin Ming fishes plants, breed beasts, farms, and cultivates. Days pass day by day. Another year passes. During this time, nearly isolated from the world, but leisurely and fulfilling. No matter the chaos outside, it cannot disturb the peace in this land of the far north. While developing quietly, Qin Ming also met his turning point. Under the main peak in the Tier 2 spirit field. All Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plants Qin Ming planted matured. He harvests all entries. A large wave of entry leaves quietly appears in his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, it signifies that he is about to advance to Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plant master. Additionally, he can enter the plant illusion realm for trials. Once acquiring the mother chi of 10,000 woods, he can fully cultivate the supreme wood dharma body, refined foundation establishment pill, to impact the foundation establishment. Afterward, Qin Ming makes a trip to the Spirit Plant Master Guild of Celestial River Market, bringing along the recording officer responsible for assessment registration, returns to Wanghu Island to enter relevant information. But when the silver-haired recording officer steps onto Wanghu Island, seeing the 3 acres of icy jade-colored Tier 2 middle-grade spirit nesting rice, his eyes widen, voice trembling incredulously. Spirit nesting rice. Previously, when the record officer of the Spirit Plant Master Guild came to the island for the first routine registration, Qin Ming had not yet planted spirit nesting rice. At that time, only spirit gathering tea and purple gold bamboo, both Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plants, were registered. Therefore, when the record officer returned now and discovered the vast fields of mature spirit nesting rice, they couldn't help but be greatly shocked. However, the source of Qin Ming's spirit nesting rice could withstand scrutiny, After all, he bought the spirit seed from Mo Lingwei of Qingxi Island. Thus, given the rarity of spirit nesting rice, securing a place in the Plan Illusion Realm was already guaranteed for Qin Ming. Even the name of the Spirit Nest Islands is derived from this rice. After lying dormant for hundreds of years, one can imagine what it means for the local cultivators that spirit nesting rice has resurfaced. The next day, the news of the reappearance of spirit nesting rice exploded like thunder on flat ground in the Celestial River Market. What? A spirit plant master has finally succeeded in cultivating spirit nesting rice again. It can't be a deception, can it? How could it be false? It's news from the Spirit Plant Master Guild. Absolutely certain. Which spirit plant master grew it? It's said to be Master Qin from Moon Island. Wow, I'm so envious. For a time, the remote little island of Moon Island in this land of the far north became the center of attention. I was hoping to keep a low profile, but it's hard when you're this outstanding. Qin Ming looked outside, sighing heavily. All the visiting cultivators were blocked outside the island by his Tier 2 high-grade protective array. Qin Ming refused to see any visitors. Even Wu Jiang below was quite frightened by this situation. Qin, fellow Taoist Qin, is there nothing to worry about? He asked cautiously. No worries. Unless a golden core ancestor comes, no one can enter the island. Qin Ming's words reassured him a lot. Wu Jiang was filled with admiration for Qin Ming. Fellow Taoist Qin, you're really amazing to have cultivated spirit nesting rice, which was almost extinct for 100 years. If only I could cultivate it too. Of course, there were also those bold and reckless enough to attack Moon Island's defense array during this time. Qin Ming naturally wouldn't tolerate that. After killing several batches and feeding them to the longevity vine, those petty troublemakers dared not approach Moon Island anymore. Half a year later, as Qin Ming continued to remain behind closed doors, the buzz around spirit nesting rice gradually faded. The crowds watching the spectacle also began to disperse. During this half year, Qin Ming did not idle. Instead, in his cave mansion, he used the entry 4 regenerative spirit seed to resurrect the defective jade marrow mushroom. Then, using the leaf of space-time, he ripened it to 300 years. Afterward, he obtained its spirit seed. Next was a series of similar procedures, ultimately obtaining 6 portions of jade marrow mushrooms with 300 years of medicinal power. Once the spirit seeds of jade marrow mushrooms were secured, Qin Ming resurrected and ripened other spirit herbs and materials around these 6 jade marrow mushrooms. Because the medicinal power requirement for other spiritual materials was not as high, progress went smoothly. Finally, Qin Ming obtained complete materials for refining 6 batches of Foundation Establishment Pill. However, he was not in a hurry to refine them. He planned to deal with the matters of the Plan Illusion Realm before starting the refinement. The black demon fruit on the longevity vine also matured. Qin Ming used the 5-week lifespan entries he harvested at the scene, instantly extending his lifespan by 50 years. Qin Ming now, with a Qi cultivation stage cultivation, possessed a lifespan of over 210 years, comparable to the lifespan at the Foundation Establishment stage. When he breaks through his mana cultivation to Foundation Establishment, his lifespan will increase by about 200 years more. Regarding the black skeleton fruit on the longevity vine, inside it was still spirit seeds for the thorn technique. However, he wasn't certain what power these spirit seeds held this time, given that the longevity vine had advanced once. Thinking about it, the power of the thorn technique should also have strengthened. This day, Qin Ming summoned Wu Jiang. Fellow Taoist Wu, I'm going to vast see Immortal City for some errands. This trip may be as short as 3 to 5 days, as long as 10 days to half a month. Please take care of Moon Island while I'm away. With the spectators outside having already retreated, as long as you don't leave the island, there shouldn't be any major problems. Having said that, Qin Ming took out several bags of spirit beast meat and a bottle of spirit feeding pill from his storage pouch and handed them to Wu Jiang. Afterwards, he looked back towards the cave mansion. A more than 2-meter-long black golden profound water crocodile came running out. Its aura had already reached the late-stage Tier 1. This was the result of Qin Ming's persistent feeding with spirit-feeding pill and demon beast meat over the past 6 months. Of course, after obtaining the entry for beast taming technique, Qin Ming immediately used a secret method to sign a master-servant contract with a profound water crocodile. From then on, this profound water crocodile regarded him as its master. Wu Jiang was frightened pale by this sudden scene. Fellow Taoist Qin, this is... Qin Ming smiled. Fellow Taoist Wu, don't be afraid. This is my beast pet, the profound water crocodile. It will guard Moon Island with you while I am away. With it as your helper, you can safely be without worries. Just remember to feed it some demon beast meat and spirit-feeding pill daily. Wu Jiang trembled hearing this. What happens if I forget to feed? It will find something to eat on its own. Having instructed Wu Jiang thoroughly, Qin Ming then left Moon Island. On the island now, with both the profound water crocodile and 6-winged Frostby guarding, nothing should go wrong. He first piloted the spiritual light shuttle to Qingxia Island, because when purchasing the spirit seed for spirit nesting rice, Qin Ming had promised Mo Lingwei that if he successfully cultivated spirit nesting rice, he would give her 50 pounds. This time, even with the extremely low yield of Tier 2 spirit rice, Qin Ming's 3 acres of spirit nesting rice still yielded over 1,200 pounds in total. 50 pounds meant nothing to him, just a drop in the bucket. Qin Ming sent a message to Mo Lingwei, and just as he arrived at the mountain gate of Qingxia Island, Mo Lingwei and several elders of the Mo family all came out to greet him. Besides Duan Haishan and Tang Feng, who rented the other 2 mountain peaks on Qingxia Island, also came. They probably heard the news. Qin Ming had important matters to tend to and definitely couldn't stay long there. He directly took out 50 pounds of spirit nesting rice and handed it to Mo Lingwei, saying, Mo Lingwei, I have fulfilled my promise, and our transaction is complete. Before Mo Lingwei could speak, Duan Haishan, who was also a spirit plant master, was excited upon witnessing the true appearance of spirit nesting rice. Fellow Taoist Qin indeed has great skill, truly cultivating this rice. I admire you greatly. Tang Feng's expression as he watched Qin Ming was also quite complex. Thank you, fellow Taoist Qin. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Mo Lingwei was also filled with excitement upon receiving the spirit nesting rice. It's been so many years. Spirit nesting rice was cultivated again. Surely the old ancestor resting beneath would be gratified. Well, since this matter is settled, I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Having said that, Qin Ming cupped his hands towards everyone and left. Mo Lingwei's beautiful eyes, watching Qin Ming's departing figure, showed a rare and complex look. After a day's journey, after more than half a year, the majestic vast sea Immortal City appeared once again in Qin Ming's sight. This time, Qin Ming visited vast sea Immortal City and brought 2 spirit-dwelling rice flower spirit fish for Guqingzhao. The ways of the Cultivation Realm's social interactions still needed to be arranged clearly. After all, every time the other party came, they also brought something along, and helped him quite a lot. If he relied solely on himself, he didn't know in which distant future he could gather all the spiritual materials needed to refine the Foundation Establishment Pill. After landing near the city's main gate, Qin Ming waited in line obediently to enter the Immortal City. After showing his identity token to enter, he walked through the winding streets and headed straight for the Mirror Snow Pavilion in the inner city. Guqingzhao and shopkeeper Liao were already waiting. After all, they had long known the news of spirit nesting rice reappearing on the Spirit Nest Islands. Guqingzhao walked forward with gentle steps, a faint smile appearing. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin. You're about to become a Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plant master, and have made spirit nesting rice reappear in the Cultivation Realm. Qin Ming was currently at the height of his fame, and the Mirror Snow Pavilion also took the opportunity to create a wave of momentum. In vast sea Immortal City, his influence would rise to another level. Because the spirit nesting rice in Qin Ming's hands had not yet been distributed, Loose cultivators knew it was most likely going to be sold through the channels of the Mirror Snow Pavilion. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin. Congratulations, congratulations. Shopkeeper Liao also offered compliments and well wishes. Qin Ming smiled cheerfully and humbly replied, "The luck was a bit good, an undeserved praise." Then, Gu Qingzhao led Qin Ming into an elegant private room on the 7th floor. The two of them first discussed recent events for quite a while. "By the way, fellow Taoist Qin, the 3 youthful appearance pills you consigned for auction last time sold for 20,000 spirit stones each. After deducting the 30,000 spirit stones used to gather spiritual materials for fellow Taoist Qin, I let Aunt Long hand over the remaining amount to you. You should have received it, right?" Gu Qingzhao sipped her tea and asked. Qin Ming nodded. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Gu. I have indeed received it." Gu Qingzhao presumably had also taken the youthful appearance pill, her stunning beauty even more filled with immortal qi. After a while, seeing her slightly expectant gaze, Qin Ming knew it was time to discuss serious matters. So he took out 200 caddies of spirit nesting rice and placed it before Gu Qingzhao. "Since I am an honorary guest elder of the Mirror Snow Pavilion, enjoying favorable treatment, I should also do something in return. I entrust these spirit nesting rice to fellow Taoist Gu for processing and sale." Both Gu Qingzhao and shopkeeper Liao stared intently at the ice crystal jade-colored spirit nesting rice, unable to take their eyes away. This was their first time seeing the renowned spirit nesting spirit rice from the legends. For a long moment, they were entranced. Finally, Gu Qingzhao's tone was full of admiration as she said, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Qin's spirit plant mastery to have reached such a level that purely in the spirit plant path, no one in vast Immortal City could compare to you." Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile. He then handed over some spirit gathering tea and purple gold bamboo to Gu Qingzhao for auction as well. The former being a Tier 2 spirit tea able to enhance mana and divine sense. The latter, spirit bamboo, used to refine top-grade spiritual artifacts. Both were hard-to-find treasures. The Mirror Snow Pavilion's auction house, featuring such items as finale auctions, would certainly gain great fame. Right away, he retrieved the 2 rice flower spirit fish from a spirit beast bag and handed them to Gu Qingzhao, saying, "These are spirit fish I cultivated on the island, quite delicious. I brought 2 for fellow Taoist Gu to try. Then I must thank fellow Taoist Qin for your kind gesture." Gu Qingzhao's beautiful eyes lit up, a smile forming on her lips as she accepted the spirit fish from Qin Ming. The 2 spirit fish, lively and bouncing even when kept in the spirit beast bag, each weighing around 5 to 6 caddies. Then, the transaction was concluded. 3 days later, Qin Ming received notification to prepare for the Plant Illusion Realm trial assessment at the Spirit Plant Master Guild of Vast Sea Immortal City. Upon arrival at the Spirit Plant Master Guild, over a dozen Tier 2 low-grade Spirit Plant Masters were already waiting to enter the wood array. Upon seeing Qin Ming arrive, they greeted him warmly. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Qin. Fellow Taoist Qin is truly exemplary among us." Fellow Taoist Qin made spirit nesting rice reappear in the world, giving us spirit plant masters a moment of pride. Those arrogant alchemists find it hard to argue now. Fellow Taoist Qin, are you accepting disciples? In recent times, Qin Ming's remarkable deed had already gained widespread renown. These spirit plant masters hoped to learn a thing or two about the exclusive techniques to cultivate spirit nesting rice from Qin Ming's words. Not long after, the wood array was activated. Everyone stopped talking and swiftly entered the Plant Illusion Realm. Upon entering the wood array, Qin Ming found that it was quite similar to the trial content when he was assessed at the Spirit Feather Sect. However, the difficulty of the Tier 2 middle-grade trial illusion realm had increased significantly. Qin Ming still chose the highest difficulty, the Class A illusion realm. Several hours later, one by one spirit plant masters exited the illusion realm, some with joyful expressions, others with expressions numb and disheartened. Qin Ming was the last to emerge, his expression calm and unreadable. However, inside, he was incredibly excited, for he had completed the Class A Illusion Realm trial, gaining 7 strands of Mother Chi of 10,000 woods once again. With this, he could soon cultivate the supreme wood Dharma body, preparing for foundation establishment. On Qin Ming's Spirit Plant Master Identity Token, the spirit plant on the back was now enhanced by the wood array. The plant symbol had changed to 2 plants, symbolizing Qin Ming's official promotion to Tier 2 middle-grade Spirit Plant Master. In a vast sea immortal city, this was a rare profession. On the other side, in the Mirror Snow Pavilion, Guqin Zhao picked up the 2 rice flower spirit fish and casually handed them to shopkeeper Liao, giving a faint order: prepare a spirit fish soup with one of them and bring it up when ready. She thought that what Qin Ming gave her was just an ordinary spirit fish, so she didn't pay much mind. However, not wanting to let his goodwill go to waste, Guqin Zhao decided to taste one. Yes, Pavilion Master, please wait a moment. It will be ready and delivered shortly. Shopkeeper Liao bowed and replied, then took the fish and went downstairs. An incense sticks time later. Shopkeeper Liao's expression was strange as he carefully brought a small covered basin of spirit fish soup to Guqin Zhao's table. Pavilion Master, the fish soup is ready, but what? Guqin Zhao stood up, her eyebrows furrowed. Seeing Shopkeeper Liao's odd expression, she looked at him with some confusion. Pavilion Master, see for yourself. Shopkeeper Liao then gently lifted the lid. Immediately, a rich and extremely fresh spiritual aroma assaulted her senses, tantalizing her taste buds. A small basin of fish soup, exuding an astonishing spirit charm, appeared before Guqin Zhao. Even from a distance, one could feel the dense spiritual qi contained within the soup. This, even with Guqin Zhao's usual calm demeanor, she revealed a rare look of amazement at that moment. She then picked up a spoon and gently scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The next instant, her eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. This rice flower spirit fish soup was comparable to the legendary Great Saiyan Dragon soup, capable of directly enhancing her foundation establishment stage cultivation. Afterward, she hastily dismissed Shopkeeper Liao. Guqin Zhao drank the soup without wasting a drop and immediately entered a state of cultivation. An hour later, she could feel that her mana had significantly improved, with a faint sense of impending breakthrough. After calming her emotions, Guqin Zhao quickly instructed Shopkeeper Liao to come in and properly keep the other spirit fish. Qin Ming returned to the Mirror Snow Pavilion after completing the Plant Illusion Realm trial. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Guqin Zhao immediately invited him to a private room for a chat. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile, she spoke in a gentle tone. Fellow Taoist Qin, I've tasted the rice flower spirit fish you gave me. I didn't expect it to be such a valuable gift. I feel a bit embarrassed. Qin Ming slightly smiled. As long as fellow Taoist Go likes it. This spirit-dwelling rice flower spirit fish, I don't have many at the moment, and it's indeed a rare thing. Guqin Zhao suddenly realized, no wonder its mana-enhancing effect is so remarkable. It was cultivated in spiritual rice paddies. If fellow Taoist Qin ever has extra spirit fish, I'm willing to buy them at a high price. Fellow Taoist Qin chuckled. You're kidding, fellow Taoist Go. If you ever want to eat, feel free to come to Wangyue Island anytime. He felt quite pleased, as the spirit-dwelling rice flower spirit fish was indeed unique to his place. During their conversation, an unexpected event occurred for Qin Ming. That was when Shun Yuanxiong, who had once sold him defective jade marrow mushroom, came looking for him. A dignified foundation establishment great cultivator pleadingly requested Qin Ming to sell him some spirit nesting rice. Considering he had sold him the jade marrow mushroom, Qin Ming sold him 5 pounds of spirit nesting rice. Besides that, he also learned from Shun Yuanxiong that their joint effort to refine the foundation establishment pill had failed last time. The experienced master son experienced an unexpected deviation during alchemy, resulting in a complete furnace explosion on the spot. wasting 2 whole batches of Foundation Establishment pill spiritual materials. Shun Yuanqing was heartbroken, now regretting deeply, wishing he had trusted Qin Ming and given him a jade marrow mushroom instead. After all, for Qin Ming to advance to a Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plant master at such a young age, with dual Tier 2 cultivation skills and 100 skills of cultivation, it was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary skills and abilities. But now, it's too late to regret. Next up, having accomplished the main purpose of this trip, Qin Ming was ready to return to cultivation. After bidding goodbye to Guqing Zhao, he returned to Wangwei Island. Everything was in good order during his absence over these few days. The profound water crocodile was frolicking in Wangwei Lake, with Wu Jiang following behind, feeding it demon beast meat. It seemed that after a few days of companionship, Wu Jiang no longer felt the initial intimidation. As Qin Ming approached the lake, the profound water crocodile sensed his return and happily ran toward him, swaying its head energetically. In just a few days, it had grown noticeably larger, truly worthy of its mutated Earth-grade bloodline. Although it no longer appeared as cute as it initially did, its fierce nature was beginning to show. Qin Ming patted its head, letting it go find food in the lake on its own. He then gave Wu Jiang some instructions. Fellow Taoist Wu, I will be in seclusion for a while, starting today. Please continue to watch over the island for me. Ensure that no one disturbs me. Wu Jiang quickly responded, Rest assured, fellow Taoist Qin, I will take care of everything. With Wu Jiang's reassurance, Qin Ming nodded before heading back to prepare. He approached his life-bound spirit plant, the longevity vine. Today is the day. Qin Ming raised his hand and summoned all 7 strands of Mother Qi of 10,000 woods into the longevity vine. In an instant, the longevity vine began to grow wildly, with purple runes flickering on its vines. After absorbing the entire set of 7 strands of Mother Qi of 10,000 woods, the life-bound spirit plant doubled in height again. Reaching a height of 60 zhang, its black vines covered the sky. If it weren't for its hidden abilities, such a massive towering tree would be visible from afar. Rustling sounds filled the air. As the life-bound spirit plant ceased its growth, streams of plant essence qi flowed from the longevity vine to Qin Ming. Like a green galaxy spanning the night sky, linking with Qin Ming. Qin Ming operated the ancient wood longevity technique, with a cyan phantom appearing behind him, mirroring his movements. Gradually, as the plant essence qi continuously flowed into Qin Ming's body, the cyan phantom behind him grew larger. It continued increasing in size until reaching a zhang, then stopped. At this moment, the cyan phantom performed a different movement from Qin Ming. It formed a peculiar spell seal with its hands. The once ethereal form suddenly became very clear, exactly resembling Qin Ming. Buzz! The entirety of Qin Ming seemed to transform into an ancient tree, enduring through the ages, with an encompassing power of time swirling around him. Suddenly, the massive cyan phantom behind split into a cyan rune and entered Qin Ming's brow, like a cyan rune mark imprinted on his forehead. Bang! In that mysterious moment, countless wood elemental insights unfolded in Qin Ming's mind, like a sudden enlightenment, indescribable. His Dan Tian Sea of Qi began autonomously absorbing spiritual Qi from the outside world, flowing unimpeded. Supreme Wood Dharma Body attained great success. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes. Twin beams of cyan light, several inches long, appeared before gradually withdrawing. A faint smile appeared on his face. Qin Ming could clearly sense that the conversion efficiency of spiritual qi through his spirit root had increased dramatically. This feeling was entirely unparalleled. Even though he still had a 4-element pseudo-spirit root, possessing an acquired spirit body meant his aptitude now rivaled that of cultivators with a high-grade spirit root. Next, everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. Qin Ming prepared to strike while the iron was hot. immediately starting to refine a foundation establishment pill and advance to foundation establishment. Qin Ming returned to the cave mansion. He first took out the foundation establishment pill refining insights sent to him by Su Yuqing and carefully pondered them several times. As for the method of refining the foundation establishment pill, he had already memorized it thoroughly. Qin Ming felt quite impressed. Su Yuqing truly deserves his reputation as a prodigy in alchemy. In this insight, he detailed every critical point of refining the foundation establishment pill and the subtleties of each step with meticulous care. He had already paved the way for Qin Ming with his own experience. With Su Yuqing's insights, Qin Ming's confidence in refining the foundation establishment pill increased significantly. After all, this pill is a spiritual pill that bottom-level loose cultivators spend their lives striving to pursue. The difficulty in refining it is not excessively high. The challenge is in the acquisition of spiritual materials. Even ordinary Tier 2 alchemists rarely succeed in refining the foundation establishment pill. Even Master Sunks, as strong as he is with his Tier 2 high-grade skills, has moments of failure when refining the foundation establishment pill. No one can guarantee a 100% success rate. The 6 sets of spiritual materials for the foundation establishment pill in Qin Ming's hands could support the refining of more than a dozen pills. This is because refining one batch of foundation establishment pills doesn't require an entire spirit plant. Rather, a portion is taken based on the proportions in the pill formula. However, once the spiritual material is cut, its potency diminishes, hence they are all sold as whole plants. Qin Ming took out all the spiritual materials he had prepared and placed them beside him. Counting the 3 main ingredients and numerous auxiliary materials, there were 36 jade boxes in total. Before beginning the alchemy, he did not rush to directly attempt refining the foundation establishment pill. Instead, he first sought a feel by refining a batch of youthful appearance pills. This was also a small trick Su Yuqing had taught Qin Ming. By refining a pill with similar difficulty before officially starting, one can quickly enter the state and get the feel for it. Secondly, it can serve to warm up the furnace. After an hour, a batch of youthful appearance pills successfully came out of the furnace, producing 3 pills with excellent quality. He had entered the state. Qin Ming calmed himself, clearing his mind of distractions. Let's begin. He started working on refining the foundation establishment pill. With a wave of his hand, all the jade boxes opened automatically. Then, he took out a jade marrow mushroom and gently separated a portion. Following the proportions laid out in the foundation establishment pill formula, he extracted the medicine embryo. Soon, Qin Ming's powerful divine thoughts spread out, and clusters of medicine embryos hovered in the air around him. Whether in terms of the quantity of each herb or the precision of the extraction, he handled each perfectly. The process of extracting the medicine embryos was fluid, smooth, much smoother than he anticipated. Next, Qin Ming managed the divine thought to formulate the medicine liquid. After the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn, a cluster of pale blue medicine liquid appeared right in front of him. Simultaneously, Qin Ming began controlling the spirit-devouring poison flame to evenly heat the pill furnace while pouring the prepared medicine liquid into the alchemy furnace. Immediately, Qin Ming's divine thought dove in, observing the changes inside the pill furnace. His expression grew unprecedentedly serious. This is the most crucial step, and whether he succeeds or not depends on whether the fusion of the medicine liquid proceeds smoothly. However, just as Qin Ming was about to apply the fusion pill technique, forcing a separation and recombination of the medicine liquid to condense the pill, in the next moment, the entire purple pill furnace began tremoring incessantly. Qin Ming's expression tightened. Not good. This is on the verge of exploding. He quickly increased his divine thought power to stabilize the medicine liquid inside. Poof! A dull sound came from inside the alchemy furnace, followed by a puff of choking gray smoke. Obviously, the first attempt at refining had failed. Qin Ming's face remained calm, as serene as water. This outcome was within his expectations. He carefully recalled the previous process. Taking out the black-gray medicine residue from inside the pill furnace, he spread it out and observed for a while. The near explosion earlier was due to an unstable collision among the spiritual materials with conflicting potencies during the fusion of the medicine liquid. Qin Ming cleared out the medicine residue and cleaned the pill furnace. Then he began attempting the second refining. Soon, another dull sound of failure came from inside the alchemy furnace. This time, he had refined the medicine liquid nearly to the point of fusion, but unfortunately, it still ended in failure. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. Royal jelly has the property of neutralizing medicinal qualities. Adding a bit during alchemy can increase the success rate by 1 to 2%. The effect is quite remarkable, and since it works for ordinary pills, it might work for the foundation establishment pill as well. Why not give it a try? Acting on the thought immediately, Qin Ming opened the furnace for alchemy once again. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. It was already late at night. The interior of Qin Ming's cave mansion was still illuminated by a faint blue light. In the third attempt at refining pills, he reached the fusion of the medicine liquid again. Qin Ming divided a strand of divine thought, guiding a bit of royal jelly to drip into the prepared foundation establishment liquid. In an instant, the originally unstable spirit liquid cluster calmed down, becoming gentle. It really works. Qin Ming felt a rush of joy, but remained vigilant. The fusion of medicine liquid in the pill furnace succeeded, and the condensation of the pill gradually began. Just as the condensation was about to fail, Qin Ming performed the fusion pill technique from the yin-yang separation and reunion spirit control technique, forcibly condensing the pill. After settling down, a cluster of bright blue medicine liquid appeared in the furnace, emitting enchanting, splendid light. Whoosh! Qin Ming immediately urged the spirit-devouring poison flame to intensify the temperature, and the temperature within the cave mansion suddenly rose sharply. The azure medicinal liquid, under Qin Ming's continuous manipulation, began to slowly condense into a pill. Half a cup of tea later, Qin Ming's gaze was as sharp as a torch, his hand forming a seal, pointing at the purple pill furnace. Buzz! The pill furnace opened. A burst of multicolored glow surged through the lid, emitting an enchanting brilliance. A heat wave swept through the air. An intoxicating, peculiar pill fragrance wafted over. A piece of blue spirit pill quietly floated at the center of the pill furnace. The foundation establishment pill, it's done. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. A look of overwhelming joy appeared on his face. He extended his hand. The foundation establishment pill naturally fell into his hand. Qin Ming picked up the spirit pill, examining it carefully, feeling the foundation establishment pill in his hand, still warm. He could hardly believe that one day he would actually be able to concoct it. This kind of pill which could cause a bloody storm just by being circulated outside. Qin Ming picked up this ordinary quality foundation establishment pill, taking out a delicate porcelain bottle to store it. Then he calmed his emotions. He took out a pill to restore mana and ingested it, meditating for a while, adjusting his mind and body to the best state, preparing to start alchemy once again. It was only his third attempt, yet he had already succeeded with one furnace. Immediately his confidence increased greatly. Of course, thanks to the insights provided by Su Yuqing. Qin Ming's goal was naturally not ordinary quality foundation establishment pills, but high-grade and even top-grade foundation establishment pills. With the experience of the first success, Qin Ming's alchemy became increasingly fluid and adept. Time passed bit by bit. The fourth and fifth attempts still fell slightly short, resulting in alchemy failures. Perhaps the success of his first foundation establishment pill had a bit of luck involved, but by the sixth and seventh furnaces, Qin Ming successively concocted 2 ordinary quality foundation establishment pills, with increased experience and feel. On the 9th furnace, anomaly erupted above the purple pill furnace, multicolored halo enveloping, shrouded in vapor and tightly wound. Qin Ming formed a seal to open the furnace. Five-colored glow soared into the sky. He raised his hand to beckon. A piece of Azure Foundation establishment pill fell into his hand, emitting a circle of radiance. The surface of the spirit pill displayed 5 Tao patterns. High-grade Foundation establishment pill. A gratified smile emerged on Qin Ming's face as, after several alchemy attempts, he finally concocted a high-grade level Foundation establishment pill. Ordinary Foundation establishment pills can increase the probability of Foundation establishment by 30%. High-grade Foundation establishment pills increase the success rate of Foundation establishment to around 35%. As for the legendary top-grade Foundation establishment pill, rarely seen in the entire Cultivation Realm, it breaks the original pill constraints, increasing the chance of Foundation establishment by as much as 40%. After multiple alchemy sessions, Qin Ming had concocted one high-grade Foundation establishment pill, which already reached his expectation. But there was still some material left, enough to concoct about 4 more furnaces. He simply pushed through in one go, urgently and compactly starting alchemy again. Such high-intensity crafting was also a test of his divine thought and mana cultivation. If it were anyone else, they would have long been unable to hold on. Because from the start of alchemy to now, unknowingly, 3 days had already passed. The dim blue flame in the cave mansion had never ceased. It was only because Su Yuqing mentioned in a letter to Qin Ming that the Foundation establishment pill he used for his Foundation establishment was personally concocted a top-grade Foundation establishment pill. When Su Yuqing wrote this sentence, there was a strong sense of pride between the lines. Qin Ming naturally was not convinced. Finally, after repeated failures and persistent attempts, anomaly abruptly arose within Qin Ming's cave mansion. A larger scope of multicolored pill glow gathered above the alchemy furnace once more. The dense pill fragrance streamed into Qin Ming's nostrils. Qin Ming's divine thought penetrated the pill furnace, seeing a piece of azure spirit pill radiating astonishing light, entering his view. On this top-grade Foundation establishment pill, there were as many as 8 Tao patterns. Qin Ming opened the pill furnace, beckoning to grasp this spirit pill, excitement reflected in his eyes. A surge of heroism rose in his heart. Top-grade Foundation establishment pill. A superlative performance. Ha ha ha. This round of high-intensity alchemy, Qin Ming had exhausted all the spiritual materials in his hands, yielding 5 pills in total. 3 ordinary level, 1 high-grade level, and 1 top-grade level Foundation establishment pill. If this news were to spread out, it's likely the Thunder Origin Sect, Spirit Feather Sect, the 7 Great Powers, and the 72 Island Loose Alliance all would come to attack his Wanyue Island. In the absence of sufficient strength, it is necessary to remain low-key. Through this alchemy process, Qin's alchemy skill had greatly improved. Next up is tackling Foundation establishment. However, continuously engaging in sleepless alchemy, both mana and divine thought were greatly depleted. He needed rest and to adjust a bit in order to attempt the breakthrough in optimal condition. 1 day later, Qin Ming's adjustment concluded, the entire person radiating vigor and spirit. He stepped out of the cave mansion, came before his life-bound spirit plant longevity vine. Seemingly sensing Qin Ming's aspiration, the entire plant emitted a rustling sound, jubilant and lively. Qin Ming deeply exhaled a breath of turbid air. 30 years of cultivation. Having experienced so much, he finally arrived at this step. Qin Ming raised his hand and activated the Tier 2 high-grade defense array with full force. Afterward, he closed his eyes and meditated for a while. His thoughts drifted, recalling scenes from before his passage through a life of hardship moving bricks and, after arriving in this world, struggling desperately to survive in slums, suffering exploitation and oppression as a spirit farmer in the Spirit Feather Sect, living with constant uncertainty and fear in a brutal environment, stepping cautiously as on thin ice, his first encounter with a tribulation cultivator, until later sowing spirit plants, learning alchemy. The different people he met, as if vividly before his eyes, with either enmity or friendship. Now, it's all ephemeral like passing clouds. Foundation establishment is the first major gateway on the long path of cultivation for a cultivator. Countless cultivators spend their entire lives, exhausting every effort, unable to cross this heavenly chasm. Qin Ming opened his eyes, his gaze clear like the bright moon, a strong conviction rising in his heart. With such long-term accumulation, his foundation now is exceedingly profound. In terms of the external environment, the high-quality spirit vein environment of the Tier 2 middle-grade spirit island is sufficient to support the spiritual qi supply needed for foundation establishment. In his possession is the foundation establishment spiritual object, celestial fire spirit liquid, which can further increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 20%. Now he has also refined an exceptional top-grade foundation establishment pill, rare to see in the cultivation realm. Regarding his internal conditions, he has met all the requirements to break through the three major barriers for a cultivator's foundation establishment. The first barrier, the Qi blood barrier. During the impact of foundation establishment, heaven and earth spiritual Qi channels into the body, requiring certain standards of body Qi and blood. The body must have no leaks, and Qi and blood must be abundant. If there are hidden injuries, dark ailments, or insufficient Qi and blood, when Qi channels into the body, it will be like a 1,000-mile dike breached by an ant-hole, unable to withstand the high-pressure load of Qi, risking collapse. Thus, it's advisable to achieve foundation establishment before 60. Attempting it in old age, with declining Qi and blood, increases the chances of Qi causing mana rampage, meridian destruction, and demise. In this regard, Qin Ming has already achieved physical foundation establishment, and his Qi and blood have reached the level of condensed innate Gang Qi, leaving no concerns. The second barrier, the mana barrier. Qi cultivation stage mana is mist-like, while foundation establishment stage mana is liquid. The process of transitioning from Qi cultivation to foundation establishment involves condensing mist-like mana into liquid form. During this process, the higher the purity and greater the reserve of mana, the easier it is to transform it into liquid and achieve a qualitative change. If, during Qi cultivation stage, too many pills are consumed, accumulating excessive pill poison, or using tear-breaking pills, it will result in impure mana. Fortunately, although Qin Ming took many pills to enhance mana before, after switching to the ancient wood longevity technique, his mana has undergone countless sedimentations and cleansing, becoming extremely pure, with mana reserves comparable to early-stage foundation establishment. He did not use the tear-breaking pill, bone marrow cleansing pill afterward, instead used an entry when breaking through to the late-stage Qi cultivation. The third barrier, the spiritual consciousness barrier. During the Qi cultivation stage, Qin Ming's spiritual consciousness completely transformed into divine thought, even stronger than that of ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivators by multiple times. The birth of divine thought facilitates the control of mana in the Dantian Sea of Qi, compressing it into liquid form. This is also Qin Ming's greatest advantage. Moreover, he cultivated the acquired spirit body, the supreme wood Dharma body, with an efficiency in converting external spiritual Qi on par with a high-grade spirit root. Now, Qin Ming's essence, Qi, and spirit, and the three barriers have almost reached a perfect level. If I don't succeed in foundation establishment, it's simply contrary to the laws of nature. With determination on his face, Qin Ming immediately took out an exquisite porcelain bottle. He tilted out a top-grade foundation establishment pill, emitting astonishing pill essence, imprinted with 8 Tao patterns. Without further hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. He then tilted his head back and drank the foundation establishment spiritual object, celestial fire spirit liquid, in one go. Just these two rare treasures raised the probability of successful foundation establishment to 60%. Who? Brimming with confidence, Qin Ming began operating the ancient with longevity technique, striving towards his peak with all his might. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi began to amass continuously, forming a massive spiritual energy vortex above Qin Ming's head. In truth, for those cultivators with exceptional aptitude, the foundation establishment pill is not a necessity. For instance, celestial spirit root cultivators can easily achieve foundation establishment without any external assistance. Next are the earth spirit root cultivators, who also have a decent chance of success even without taking the foundation establishment pill. The appearance of foundation establishment pills is a blessing for ordinary cultivators like Qin Ming. The chance for inferior spirit root cultivators to self-impact foundation establishment is extremely slim. The main effect of foundation establishment pills is to significantly enhance a cultivator's capacity to convert spirit roots, spiritual qi, during foundation establishment, further compressing mana. They also have the role of protecting the meridians. Even if the first attempt fails, as long as the meridians are undamaged, another attempt can be made. Without the protection of such pills, the body's qi could damage the meridians during foundation establishment impact, causing hidden ailments or directly leading to death, endowed dissolution with high probability. Therefore, even geniuses prepare foundation establishment pills for breakthroughs just in case. Sparing no expense, they aim to minimize the risk of failure. Half an incense sticks later. Boom! The spiritual energy vortex in the celestial vault further expanded, with Qin Ming seemingly at the center of a spiritual qi storm. At this moment, the Tier 2 high-grade array could not conceal such a phenomenon. Below Wangyue Island, the Wu Jiang couple, who were farming, were also drawn by the magnificent celestial phenomenon, raising their heads in shock towards the main peak direction. This, such a spiritual energy vortex phenomenon, fellow Taoist Qin is impacting foundation establishment. It seems he's reached the most critical moment. Wu Jiang's expression was full of shock, his heart stirring with great waves. Mu Rian also covered her small mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment, speechless for a moment. In Wangyue Lake, the profound water crocodile, previously dozing off, connected deep down with Qin Ming's mind, seemingly sensing its master breaking through to a great realm at that very moment. In a hurry, it headed toward the Spirit Island, guarding outside the array for Qin Ming as a guardian. Fortunately, Wangyue Island is in the Spirit Nest Islands land of the far north, rarely visited by people. No one discovered the astounding celestial phenomenon on the island. Rumble. The vast spiritual qi between heaven and earth poured down, like a mountain collapsing and a sea roaring. No matter how the waves surged, Qin Ming's body remained unmoved. A cyan rune lit up at the center of his brow. In an instant, it transformed into a gigantic phantom exactly like Qin Ming, appearing behind him. The moment the cyan phantom appeared, when the spiritual qi infused into his body, the conversion efficiency through Qin Ming's spirit root increased several times, continuously transforming in a cyan, mist-like mana. The cyan mist-like mana flowed like rivers into the sea, ceaselessly flowing, growing denser and more immense. At this moment, a flash of insight burst in Qin Ming's mind, and suddenly he was blessed with understanding. His divine thought delved above the sea of qi in his Dan Tian, starting to compress mana with his divine thought. Gradually, drip-drop, droplets of cyan, liquid mana fell like a gentle spring rain. In Qin Ming's Dan Tian, they gathered into a pool of cyan crystalline liquid spring. As the circulation of the ancient wood longevity technique continued, the liquid mana coursed through all his meridians, repeatedly clearing blockages. This was the I Ching marrow refining breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Days passed. The vortex of spiritual qi gathered between heaven and earth gradually dispersed. A touch of rosy cloud rose in the sky, reflected onto Wangyue Island. In the spirit field beneath the main peak, A wave of Foundation establishment spiritual pressure suddenly emerged, accompanied by a vibrant vitality akin to an ancient wood-meeting spring. Qin Ming was like an ancient tree trunk, resonating with his life-bound spirit plant, the longevity vine, as if traversing the river of time without a trace of years. From this moment on, Qin Ming officially stepped into the threshold of the Cultivation Realm. His lifespan doubled again. From over 210 years, it increased to over 420 years, more than double that of ordinary Foundation stage cultivators. Within Qin Ming, the abundant liquid mana cultivated with the ancient wood longevity technique far surpassed those of the same stage, comparable to ordinary mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, Qin Ming's divine thought also expanded from dozens of feet to several times its range, covering an area of a mile radius. After advancing to Foundation establishment, he quickly concealed his mana aura. The ancient wood longevity technique he cultivated had a strong concealing breath effect. When Qin Ming concealed his aura, he seemed to transform into a withered tree trunk, making it impossible to probe his specific cultivation realm with divine sense. It could almost hide his cultivation by a whole great realm. As long as he did not interact with a golden core ancestor directly, there would not be any detectable clues. Qin Ming waved his hand, retrieving the items on the ground, restored the Tier 2 array to its normal level, opened the array, and stepped out. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Qin on reaching Foundation establishment. No, it should be Elder Qin. Wu Jiang and Mu Rian congratulated Qin Ming nervously. The Cultivation Realm had strict hierarchies. Even if they were familiar with him, they wouldn't dare speak out of turn without Qin Ming's permission. Even now, the two of them were in a state of amazement. They couldn't quite believe it, that their usually low-key master had suddenly leapt and broken through to become a Foundation establishment great cultivator. However, with Wu Jiang's cleverness, he had foreseen this day would come eventually. Others looked down on Qin Ming's four-element pseudo-spirit root, but Wu Jiang saw it differently. Spending so many years on the island, constantly in Qin Ming's company, Wu Jiang always had an inexplicable intuition that the other party would one day soar. Only, he hadn't expected that day to come so soon. Fellow Taoist Wu, there's no need to be formal. You can still call me fellow Taoist. Qin Ming's mana cultivation also broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. His strength soared, and he was in a very pleasant mood. He then took out a bottle of spirit pills and threw it to Mr. and Mrs. Wu Jiang. A gift for celebration, a little reward for all your years of taking care of the spirit island, running around tirelessly. Wu Jiang opened the porcelain bottle, his face bursting with surprise, and he quickly, along with Mu Rian, paid great respect to Qin Ming once again. Thank you, fellow Taoist Qin, for the gift of the pills. In the future, if fellow Taoist Qin needs anything, I will fulfill it without hesitation. Wu Jiang, ever the astute one, saw his reliance growing more robust. When would there be a better time to pledge his loyalty? Fellow Taoist Wu, there's no need for that. I won't have you doing anything dangerous. In the midst of speaking, Qin Ming changed his tone. He stared at Mr. and Mrs. Wu Jiang and said coldly, "Besides, you two must not spread news of my Foundation establishment for the time being." Wu Jiang, snapping back from his previous joy, quickly agreed. Yes, fellow Taoist Qin, rest assured it will be done. Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't afraid of news of his Foundation establishment getting out. He just didn't want trouble. Now, he was confident he could face and defeat an average mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. No longer need to be as cautious as before. However, staying low-key is always a good thing. After all, in the cultivation realm of Wei country, he couldn't compete with Foundation establishment cultivators like Huang Fuqi and Lin Zixiao. Additionally, Lin Zixiao had a deadly rivalry with him. He still needed to lay low on Wangyue Island, cultivating freely, believing someday he'd outlast them all. Successfully established the Foundation at 32. Not particularly fast, but not too slow either. Qin Ming stood with his hands behind his back in the spirit field, gazing calmly towards the distant Wangyue Lake. Now, he possessed a lifespan of over 400 years, almost comparable to that of a Golden Core ancestor, with sufficient time to pursue the further Great Tao. The ancient wood longevity technique he primarily cultivated, the more essence of plants and time qi it absorbed over time, the stronger his mana became, growing older, yet more enchanting. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Next, Qin Ming envisioned his long-term goals. Of course, it was core formation. He also needed to plan and prepare ahead of time. Otherwise, the enormous resources required for core formation surpassed those for foundation building. Relying on one's own strength, how easy could it be? The so-called foundation building is essentially laying the core foundation, merely paving the way for core formation. Core formation is divided into fake pill and golden core. Fake pill, in theory, is also considered a core formation cultivator, but its mana is only half that of a normal golden core cultivator, with a lifespan extension of only 100 years and a lifetime inability to advance to mid-stage core formation. Nurturing nascent soul even remains out of reach. Once a fake pill is formed, one's path on the Tao essentially halts here. While a golden core is where the quality of a core formation cultivator's pill is excellent, there are also gradations within it, and high-quality golden cores even have the possibility of advancing to nascent soul. Future potential is limitless. With my current aptitude, achieving a fake pill is probably challenging. Qin Ming understood. The realms beyond the golden core cannot be casually broken through by merely consuming pills. The further up one goes, the greater the influence from spirit root aptitude. Below a high-grade spirit root, achieving a fake pill is extremely difficult, unless another opportunity presents itself. However, Qin Ming held entries in hand, as well as the miraculous life-bound spirit plant, Longevity Vine. With the growth of the Longevity Vine, it's not necessarily impossible. For now, he focused on diligently cultivating, developing until he reached the late-stage foundation establishment. After entering the foundation establishment stage, a cultivator's lifespan became longer. Even with a high-grade spirit root, cultivating from early stage to late-stage foundation establishment takes decades. Moreover, after the foundation establishment stage, there is no detailed division like foundation building 1 or 2 layers. It's generally distinguished by early stage, mid-stage, and late-stage foundation establishment. Because the mana difference from 1 layer to 3 layers of foundation establishment cultivator is not particularly large, each small realm at most adds 2 to 3%. Most cultivators in this realm are stuck at early-stage foundation establishment. Those who can reach mid-stage are relatively rare. The vast majority are unable to ever reach late-stage foundation establishment. Therefore, staying in the foundation establishment stage for over 100 years is quite normal. In such long cultivation times, although Qin Ming remained reclusive on the remote Wangyue Island, avoiding conflict, he still needed to consider enhancing his pathguarding strategies. His 100 treasures glaze scripture body refining technique was only a step away from entering the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. First, he needed to activate the 100 Beasts visualization image on the beast hide scripture. The prerequisite was that his body's innate gang qi needed to reach a certain level. After Qin Ming broke through to foundation building, his entire body's qi blood reached an unprecedented level. Now, just a little more. The essence of qi blood, entry harvested from the longevity vine days ago, had not yet been used. Now was the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Qin Ming directed his consciousness to the entry, and an energy torrent swept over, flooding his body, constantly transforming his physique. Seizing the momentum, he also used 5 qi blood crystal entries. Hours later, his blood-colored innate gang qi further enhanced, refined to perfection. Excitedly, he took out the beast hide scripture, injecting true qi blood into it. After becoming familiar, the beast hide scripture emitted a crimson glow, gradually beginning to react. Suddenly, various appearances of demon beasts flickered on the hide. Qin Ming focused intently on them. It seemed he had to make a choice among hundreds of forms. This concerned the power of the body refining technique and his future potential. Within the 100 Beast visualization image, there were flood-like primordial pythons, celestial wolves, giant bears, silver foxes, white tigers, profound turtles. Each beast's shadow flickered uncertainly. These beasts were marked at various positions on the beast hide scripture. Each silhouette's glow varied in size. Evidently, the greater the glow, the greater the power once cultivated. Qin Ming found it difficult to decide for a moment. At this moment, a white glow at the corner of the beast hide scripture, although not particularly large, caught his attention. Inexplicably, it felt like a mind-aligned fortuity. Without much deliberation, Qin Ming mobilized 100 Treasures glazed scripture, selecting that white glow. The white glow turned into a meteor, instantly merging into Qin Ming's body. Roar! A thunderous roar exploded in Qin Ming's mind. A 10+ meter high mountain giant ape stood towering, roaring to the heavens with fists raised. Suddenly, Qin Ming involuntarily snapped out of the visualization. Reflecting on the image just now, his mind was profoundly shocked. It seemed that to sustain visualization, refining essence blood from high-tier demon beasts was necessary. Moreover, according to the description of the first transformation of true gang transformation during the Foundation establishment stage, after choosing the demon beast visualized from the 100 Beasts image, it was best to refine essence blood from the same type of demon beast, as this would maximize the power of the first transformation. Qin Ming put away the beast hide scripture. He pondered for a moment, fearing that obtaining high-tier simian essence blood, even in vast sea Immortal City, wasn't easy. However, having chosen this method, he intended to follow it unswervingly. He planned to visit vast sea Immortal City again later, taking the opportunity to purchase spirit plants for cultivation on the island. After all, Tier 2 high-grade spirit seeds and top-grade spirit seedlings are rare even in Celestial River Market. Only within cultivation cities could they be found occasionally. As for his spirit field, spirit gathering tea, such crops could be continuously cultivated, with tea leaves harvested annually. Ideal for cultivation, gifts, and tea tasting. Additionally, besides the portion of purple gold bamboo that Gu Qingzhao assisted in auctioning, there are still many spirit bamboos left in the spirit field. Qin Ming planned to continue nurturing them to see if they could potentially advance to higher-tier spirit woods. In the following days, Qin Ming began consuming spirit nesting rice and rice flower spirit fish to enhance his foundation establishment cultivation. Without exaggeration, his speed of cultivation was faster than that of ordinary cultivators, even surpassing foundation establishment cultivators practicing other 100 skills of cultivation. After all, these rare items significantly enhance foundation establishment dharma cultivation. Now I've reached the foundation establishment stage, I can't keep using magical artifacts alone anymore. Though I don't engage in combat much now, it's still wise to be prepared to stay ahead of potential troubles. Acquiring a spiritual artifact suitable for the foundation establishment stage should also be scheduled, while Qin Ming silently prepared for various future plans. Outside the array, Wu Zhang's communication talisman arrived. Qin Ming immediately opened the array, allowing him entry. Wu Jiang, drenched in sweat, pale-faced, barely catching his breath as he handed an invitation to Qin Ming, then said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, something terrible has happened. Just last night, 2 islands on the southwest of Spirit Nest Islands, Kongtong Island and Yushui Island, encountered a shocking change. The 2 Qi cultivation clans on Spirit Island were brutally massacred, everyone from the elderly to the children, with over 100 people, leaving no survivors, all their wealth on the island plundered clean. The 72 Island Loose Alliance plans to hold an emergency meeting, summoning loose cultivators and numerous families from Spirit Nest Islands to jointly discuss how to address this issue. The Loose Alliance sent an invitation to fellow Taoist Qin as well. Fellow Taoist Qin, Do you intend to go or not? Hearing this news, Qin Ming furrowed his brows. Unexpectedly, just after breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, Spirit Nest Islands encountered such a drastic change. He instantly sensed an impending storm. Qin Ming pondered slightly. His Wangwei Island, far in a land of the far north, typically remained secluded. Any news relied on Wu Jiang for delivery. But now, with such a major event occurring, it's unknown whether his Wangwei Island would be affected. Qin Ming decided to personally investigate the current situation. Let's go then. With that, Qin Ming and Wu Jiang boarded their flying artifact and flew towards the direction of the 72-island Loose Alliance. Several hours later, Qin Ming and Wu Jiang arrived at Phoenix Perch Island, where the Loose Alliance was based. This spirit island is situated at the center of the Spirit Nest Archipelago. Its area 5 to 6 times larger than Wangwei Island. Moreover, the island possesses a Tier 2 high-grade spiritual vein. As Qin Ming and Wu Jiang flew into the surrounding airspace, many cultivators, hurriedly piloting various magical artifacts, swept past them one after another. Dharma ships from various Spirit Island clans were anchored near the island. Apparently, the massacre and annihilation incident stirred significant commotion within the cultivation realm of the Spirit Nest Archipelago. Almost all Spirit Island clans, big or small, came as much as they could. Qin Ming and Wu Jiang landed near the outskirts of Phoenix Perch Island, queuing up for inspection to enter with an invitation. At that moment, a few young cultivators, clad in the attire of the Yu family from Beatsao Island, walked over. One of the young, slender cultivators at the Qi Cultivation 9th layer sneered and mocked Qin Ming and Wu Jiang. Well, isn't this Wu the great spirit plant master? I heard you slunk back from the Yunzhou wilderness, then hid in some obscure corner to learn farming. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing these people, Wu Jiang's expression changed dramatically. You Tao, don't push your luck. What? We can't even have a conversation now. If you're really clueless about farming, you might as well come to my place to learn spirit catching fish. The cultivator named Yu Tao glanced casually at Qin Ming in front of Wu Jiang, pointed at him, and asked, "Is this the one teaching you to farm? He doesn't seem capable either. I'll such no future." With that, he shook his head and led his men inside. Wu Jiang watched their backs, grinding his teeth audibly. Qin Ming, however, wasn't much bothered by these clowns and asked calmly, "Do you have any entanglements with the Yu family from Beatsao Island?" "Well, our spirit island isn't far from Beatsao Island, so we often have minor conflicts, but it's always been peaceful." Wu Jiang nodded and explained truthfully. But a few days ago, the clan leader of the Yu family, Yuanhe, who had been stuck at Qi cultivation perfection for over 10 years, somehow got a foundation establishment pill and broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Since then, the Yu family's arrogance has risen sharply, targeting the surrounding spirit islands everywhere. Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully at this. Half an incense sticks later, Qin Ming and Wu Jiang entered the venue organized by the Loose Alliance. In a wide grand hall, it was already bustling with people inside. Only Spirit Island masters with invitations were eligible to sit on chairs inside the hall. Other loose cultivators stood behind, listening without the right to participate in discussions. Before long, more than 100 representatives from various spirit islands of the Spirit Nest Archipelago gathered, all from Qi cultivation clans. The highest cultivation level was Qi cultivation perfection. These cultivators, possibly deeply shaken by the island massacre, discussed constantly within the hall, everyone anxious. Tragedy struck the old Lin family of Kongtong Island. I heard they were celebrating the old man's birthday on the night of the incident. Even family members far away on errands returned. None were spared. I heard from a cultivator who witnessed from afar that this massacre was the work of a group of vicious tribulation cultivators. It said there was even a foundation establishment stage tribulation cultivator among them. Could it be that they haven't left yet? Alas, this is exactly what I'm worried about. Qin Ming also discerned the general situation from this incident. Before long, outside the meeting hall, several cultivators entered. Among them, a man in his 50s seemed to be the leader, and Yu Tao, who had just mocked Wu Jiang outside, respectfully followed behind him. Also present was Yu Pinghai, who had fled after being overwhelmed by Qin Ming near Dragonscale Island last time. This is Yu Wanhe, the Isle Master of Beatsao Island. Wu Jiang slightly bowed his head and secretly transmitted the message to Qin Ming. At this moment, Yu Pinghai spotted Qin Ming in the crowd, and their eyes met. With a sinister gaze, Yu Pinghai quickly approached Yu Wanhe and whispered a few words. Yu Wanhe's eyes lingered on Qin Ming for a moment before he found a seat in the most prominent central position in the front row and sat down. Once most of the people had settled down, 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators entered from the left corridor and seated themselves at the high seats of the hall. These were the 3 true and vice alliance leaders of the 72 Island Loose Alliance. Vice Alliance leader Lim Yuanqing was among them. On the right was an elderly woman with the cultivation of early-stage Foundation establishment. The middle seat was occupied by a middle-aged cultivator with a square face, exuding mana fluctuations of the mid-stage Foundation establishment. This was none other than Hou Qianxiu, the true alliance leader of the 72 Island Loose Alliance. With the presence of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, a powerful spiritual pressure swept across the crowd, halting all discussions below. Hou Qianxiu glanced sharply around the hall before solemnly speaking. I suppose everyone is aware of last night's incident. I can tell you that the destruction of the Lin family on Kontong Island and the Tian family on Yushui Island is not as simple as you may think. Our alliance now seeks to unite with the spirit islands present here, to consolidate and assist one another in a thorough investigation of this case, and to resist external threats together. At this time, a cultivator in the front row raised his hand, and upon receiving Hou Qianxiu's permission, asked, Senior Hou, since that's the case, could you enlighten us with the full details of this incident? Although we don't have enough evidence yet, the intelligence we have gathered so far indicates that the incident of the islands being slaughtered by tribulation cultivators is inextricably linked to the Zhao family among the 7 great powers. Hou Qianxiu stated seriously. No sooner had he finished speaking, the hall erupted in an uproar. What? The Zhao family orchestrated the tribulation cultivators. The Qi cultivation clans and loose cultivators could hardly believe that the vicious tribulation cultivators were backed by the Zhao family. Alliance leader Hou, allow me to say a word. What if those tribulation cultivators targeted those 2 islands and have already left by now? Hou Qianxiu furrowed his brow at Yu Wanhe's words, staring at him, not expecting him to contradict him. The cultivators in the hall found Yu Wanhe's words somewhat reasonable. If our master Yu doesn't want to partake in the alliance matters, feel free to leave. Our loose alliance never compels anyone. Hou Qianxiu said coldly. Yu Wanhe chuckled with a forced smile. Alliance leader Hou is joking. I'm only making a casual remark. Since everyone is united in facing external threats, my Beatsao Island is no exception. Hou Qianxiu's expression softened slightly at Yu Wanhe's response. Those willing to join our 72 Island Loose Alliance can sign the spirit contract. Those unwilling to join, let it be a forewarning that if tribulation cultivators show up at your door, don't blame anyone for not coming to your rescue. The elderly woman said slowly. Subsequently, members of the Alliance began distributing trays containing the spirit contracts. When it was Qin Ming's turn, he looked up to find the person holding the tray was the burly middle-aged man who had accompanied Lim Yuanqing to recruit him on Wanhua Island before. At this moment, most of the Spirit Island clans, pressured by the threat of tribulation cultivators and seeing those around them signing up, all endorsed the spirit contract to join the alliance. Nearly none of the Qi cultivation clans present today left. Qin Ming picked up the spirit contract from the tray and glanced at it casually. The provisions were convoluted and burdensome, and demanded compliance with the alliance's dispatches at any time. He immediately lost interest. The Zhao family orchestrated this. Why does it seem like it could also be orchestrated by the Loose Alliance? Qin Ming then stood and openly declared, My Wangwe Island has no intention of joining the Loose Alliance, so I'll take my leave now." With these words, all eyes in the hall turned toward him. When Qin Ming's words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became discordant with the surroundings, making him seem exceedingly individualistic. Wait a moment. At this time, before the three alliance leaders of the Loose Alliance could speak, Yuanha from Beatsao Island directly stood up and coldly questioned Qin Ming. "Such a significant event has occurred in the Spirit Nest Islands, with all the islands united, yet only your Wangwe Island wants to back out. What's the meaning of this? Could it be you're involved with the criminal bandits? Or perhaps with the Zhao family?" The burly middle-aged man from the Loose Alliance also quickly stood up, blocking Qin Ming's path. Yuanha was extremely aggressive, completely unreasonable, and without hesitation, placed the blame on Qin Ming. "I'll master you. You can talk without evidence, but don't point fingers at Qin." Qin Ming replied expressionlessly. His words did not give any face to the Foundation establishment great cultivator in front of him. To be honest, he had just swept the area with his divine thought. Among this group of cultivators present, only the mid-stage Foundation establishment Ho Qianxiu posed any pressure to him. The others, including Yuanha, who just advanced to Foundation establishment, weren't much. In fact, he was even inferior to Luo Rong, who Qin Ming had instantly killed with poison flame. Qin Ming merely did not want unnecessary trouble, but it did not mean he always hid his strength. Anyway, the matter of his Foundation establishment couldn't be concealed for long. Hearing this, Yuanha was infuriated to the extreme. Unexpectedly, a mere Qi Cultivation Jr. dared to challenge him. In the Cultivation Realm, the hierarchy is strict. How could he be so impudent? One ungrateful junior. Earlier, I heard you dared to oppose my Yu family. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to make you remember. Boom. After Yuanha spoke, the mana fluctuations belonging to the Foundation establishment stage were fully released, causing the people present to be astonished. They hadn't expected Qin Ming to dare to be so disrespectful to a dignified Foundation establishment cultivator. Yuanha mobilized his mana and reached out. The powerful aura of the Foundation establishment stage locked onto Qin Ming, attacking with a speed as fast as lightning. His eyes were sinister, his actions ruthless, leaving nearly no room for survival. The burly middle-aged man blocking Qin Ming quickly retreated a few steps, appearing to watch the show. The three Foundation establishment alliance leaders at the top exchanged glances, showing no intention of intervening. The few cultivators from a Yu family of Beatsao Island, seeing their ancestor about to display divine might and teach the other a lesson, ready to vent their anger. Each individual's expressions and demeanor were extremely excited. Qin Ming's expression remained calm, his gaze sharpened. No longer hiding his cultivation, the overpowering mana comparable to mid-stage Foundation establishment erupted ferociously. Boom! An even more massive Foundation establishment spiritual pressure suddenly descended into the hall. Its might far exceeded Yuanha several times over. Intimidated, nearby, Qi cultivators fell down in utter distress. Qin Ming's gaze turned cold. His single hand formed a spell, and a huge wood spike spell over a meter long instantly condensed in the air ahead, exuding terrifying waves. The loose cultivators at the back were so frightened by the spell's might that their hearts jumped. He pointed with one finger. The wood spike transformed into a green long rainbow, piercing through the void, directly aiming at Yuanha, who was charging forward. Swish! Yuanha was caught off guard by the sudden change. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. He couldn't figure out how a junior who was just in late-stage Qi cultivation suddenly transformed into a Foundation establishment cultivator like him. Seeing the terrifying spell coming, Yuanha hurriedly shifted from offense to defense, releasing a dirt-yellow mana shield to cover his body. Bang! The wood spike vanished in an instant. A huge explosion sounded within the hall. A figure flew backward, crashing into the wall inside the hall, creating a large hole. Smoke and dust instantly filled the air. Yuanha, who was previously arrogant and unruly, now lay in the pit motionless, life or death unknown. Even among the Foundation establishment stage, there are differences. The density and quantity of mana, whether in quality or quantity, were completely different tiers. Wow. Foundation establishment cultivator. The people from Spirit Nest Islands were utterly shocked. The three Foundation establishment cultivators of the Loose Alliance atop the hall revealed similarly intense reactions. The sudden turnaround was beyond their expectations. Lim Yuanqing was secretly astounded. With just one strike, he instantly damaged a fellow Foundation establishment cultivator of the same stage. Is this a spirit plant master's power? Even Hou Qianxiu stared at Qin Ming, his eyes flickering uncertainly, unclear of his thoughts. The people from a Yu family, who thought their ancestor was about to demonstrate Foundation establishment divine might among the Spirit All-Masters, saw the situation suddenly reverse. Their ancestor slammed into a wall by the opponent. Yu Pinghai and Yu Tao both had a dull gaze, faces pale, terrified in their hearts. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, this ordinary-looking loose cultivator quietly broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, and his level of power was clearly not on the same scale as their ancestor. Subsequently, Qin Ming's gaze slowly fell upon the burly middle-aged man from the Loose Alliance, his tone icy as he asked, "Just you? You want to stop me?" The burly middle-aged man instantly broke out in cold sweat, inwardly feeling miserable. Never imagined the pseudo-spirit root independent cultivator he once looked down upon has now become a Foundation establishment great cultivator. I'm sorry, Elder Qin, Before the burly middle-aged man could finish speaking, Qin Ming waved his hand. A fierce wind was slashed toward the burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man seemed to have had his throat seized. His pupils contracted suddenly, and his face turned ashen. Bang! At the critical moment, Hou Qianxiu intervened. He raised his hand, and a small blue-golden shield spun into appearance, instantly expanding to shield the burly middle-aged man, narrowly deflecting the attack. The burly middle-aged man barely survived, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Smack! Hou Qianxiu slapped him hard across the face, causing the burly man to spew blood and fly a considerable distance away. After finishing all this, Hou Qianxiu then turned around, clasped his hands in respect toward Qin Ming, and said, "So, it turns out fellow Daoist Qin has already advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. Ignorance is not a fault. Please spare him his life. I will punish him on your behalf." Qin Ming replied calmly, "Alliance leader Hou, may I leave then?" "Naturally, fellow Daoist Qin. Since you do not wish to join the Loose Alliance, you are free to come and go as you please. Also, congratulations on your breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Once things are settled here, I will definitely come to the island to visit." Qin Ming nodded, giving face to someone at mid-stage Foundation establishment, and returned the courtesy with a bow. "Then I shall await your visit on the island." He then called on Wu Jiang, and under the respectful gaze of the crowd, left the great hall. Wu Jiang was visibly elated and proud, still surprised by the strength of fellow Daoist Qin, who had just recently advanced to Foundation establishment. Not only did he seriously injure Yu Wanhe with one spell, even Alliance leader Hou at mid-stage Foundation establishment had to show him respect. As Qin Ming departed, chaos erupted within the great hall. Who would have thought the Wangwe Island Master would actually break through to the Foundation establishment stage? Now that you mention it, I suddenly recall, half a year ago, it was Elder Qin who cultivated spirit nesting rice, wasn't it? At that time, many fellow cultivators wanted to go to Wangwe Island to request rice, but were all refused entry. They couldn't even see him. Being a Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plant master, succeeding in Foundation establishment doesn't seem surprising now. The Yu family is truly unfortunate. Just after becoming a Foundation establishment clan, they ran into a hard wall. What do you mean by unfortunate? Clearly, they are reckless and bold without reason. Elder Qin taught them a good lesson. I've been displeased for a long time. There will be some good entertainment this time. In a few days, I plan to visit Elder Qin on Wanhua Island and build a good relationship. After the meeting, the three leaders of the 72 Island Loose Alliance sat in an elegant room. Lim Yuanqing spoke first with a tone of amazement. Who would have thought this young man would be so extraordinary, dominating the island contests and defeating Zhao Chanjin, seizing Spirit Island? It's still fresh in my memory. Now he is transformed into a Foundation establishment cultivator, just like you and me. Alliance leader Hu stood with hands behind his back, gazing out the window, and nodded. Fellow Taoist Qin's strength seems far from simple on the surface. Should there be a fight, I could at most tie with him. The elderly woman looked unbelieving. How can that be? He just broke through to Foundation establishment not long ago. By the way, what do we do about the Yu family? Initially, we intended to take advantage of Yuanhe, but who knew he would be crippled by fellow Taoist Qin? It seems destined. The Yu family lacks prospects now. Let's deal with it later. Hurry and prepare for what's next. 2 days later, the news that Wanhua Island Master reached Foundation establishment and displayed great power at the headquarters of the 72 Islands Loose Alliance at Phoenix Perch Island spread everywhere. Even in the independent cultivator's sacred land of vast sea Immortal City, the gossip was widespread. Here, every independent cultivator successfully reaching Foundation establishment is a topic of interest and focus for everyone. For countless independent cultivators in the city, it's also a great encouragement. Mirror Snow Pavilion. Guqing Zhao had received the news at the first moment on the day it happened. However, she's been busy with pavilion affairs and couldn't step away. On this day, with delight showing in her eyes, she instructed shopkeeper Liao, prepare a generous gift. I'll be visiting fellow Taoist Qin on Wanhua Island in some time. Shopkeeper Liao agreed, then enviably said, I didn't expect it. Taking a different path, fellow Taoist Qin indeed is not ordinary, rising to this level silently. On Wanhua Island, Qin Ming appointed Mr. and Mrs. Wu Jiang to manage the reception of visiting cultivators. News of my Foundation establishment will spread in the coming days. Surely many will come to visit. I prefer peace. Take the invitation cards from ordinary forces. If there's someone you cannot refuse, I will personally greet them. Wu Jiang assured confidently. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Qin, I have spent 30 years on Spirit Nest Islands. Well acquainted with all the forces here, I'll handle it properly. Serving as a reception for a Foundation establishment cultivator is the honor that ordinary Qi cultivators dream of. After all, to some extent, it signifies close interactions with this Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, they live here on Wanhua Island. In the days following, forces from nearby Spirit Islands gradually approached Wanhua Island, delivering invitation cards. Mr. and Mrs. Wu Jiang managed affairs smoothly and orderly. Occasionally, larger forces came to visit, and Qin Ming personally received them one by one. The three alliance leaders of the 72 Islands Loose Alliance came too, staying on the island for half a day. After a few days, most of those who would come have visited. On this day, Qin Ming found some peace, tending to the spirit field. Wu Jiang approached Qin Ming with a peculiar expression, reporting, fellow Taoist Qin, the Zhao family, one of the 7 great powers, is here to pay their respects. What do you think? How should we proceed? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming paused his work, slightly furrowing his brows. Why has the Zhao family come too? Are you aware of who from the Zhao family has come? Wu Jiang replied, truthfully, it is the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuji, along with the 9th son, Zhao Chanjin. Qin Ming knew that since the Zhao family had come, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse them at the door, and it would be too difficult for Wu Jiang as well. Thus, he calmly said, all right, please invite the 2 young masters of the Zhao family in. After a short while, a young man with a rather composed appearance, along with the previously seen Zhao Chanjin, arrived at the guest welcoming tower on Wanhua Island, led by Wu Jiang. Seeing the 2 of them, Qin Ming's face broke into a smile. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, young masters, I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Please come inside and have a cup of spirit tea. Qin Ming briefly glanced at the two of them. Zhao Wuji's cultivation was at mid-stage foundation establishment, but his strength should be outstanding at this level. Qin Ming found it difficult to see through him. As for Zhao Changjin, he had also broken through to early-stage foundation establishment. A few years back, when he came to contend for Spirit Island, he was already at Qi cultivation perfection. Considering his aptitude and the resources of the Zhao family, reaching foundation establishment shouldn't have been difficult for him. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Qin on reaching foundation establishment and advancing further on the Immortal Tao. This is a modest gift, just a small token. After saying this, Zhao Changjin smiled slightly and handed a delicate jade box to Qin Ming. Just the material of the jade box's packaging indicated that it contained something quite valuable. Qin Ming accepted the jade box without opening it, discreetly putting it away. Zhao Changjin then introduced, "This is my elder brother, Zhao Wuji, fellow Taoist Zhao, fellow Taoist Qin." Greetings were exchanged between them. As they were all guests, Qin Ming brewed a pot of spirit-gathering tea for the two of them. The spirit-gathering tea, brewed with spiritual spring water, had an ethereal spirit essence and an overflowing tea fragrance that filled the elegant room. Zhao Wuji and his companion took just one sip and immediately felt a wave of spiritual qi flowing through their bodies, slowly nourishing their divine thought, making them feel incredibly comfortable and refreshed. Excellent tea. As expected of the spirit-gathering tea, fellow Taoist Qin, would you be willing to sell some of the tea leaves to me? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming smiled slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, you're joking." He then took out a small box of spirit-gathering tea and gifted it to them, considering it a return gift. Next, the three began to chat casually. Thinking back, it has been several years. Fellow Taoist Qin and I first met and got acquainted on this island. During our initial competition in magic arts, your thunder really gave me quite a fright. Ha ha ha. Zhao Changjin teased as he spoke. In this invisible way, he sought to get closer to Qin Ming. Hearing this, Qin Ming humbly replied, "Ha ha. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Zhao was accommodating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become the Isle Master." Back then, if it weren't for the unexpected appearance of Zhao Changjin, Qin Ming wouldn't have been able to secure Wanwei Island at such a minimal cost. After chatting for a while, seeing that the timing was about right, Zhao Wuji then timely extended an olive branch to Qin Ming, offering extremely favorable conditions. A Tier 2 middle-grade spirit plant master, along with the status of a Tier 2 alchemy master in any major faction, will be given the identity and treatment of an inner sect elder. Moreover, Qin Ming had now become a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming naturally could not agree to their proposal. He politely declined the Zhao family's offer. Just as he had dealt with the 72 Island Loose Alliance, he didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the two sides and clearly stated his neutral stance. The two young masters of the Zhao family, before coming, had already understood well that Qin Ming had connections with the Mirror Snow Pavilion. They didn't expect to truly recruit him. The main purpose of their visit was to explore Qin Ming's attitude. After exchanging views for half a day, the two young masters of the Zhao family took their leave. Half a month later, Qin Ming's Wanwei Island returned to its usual tranquility. However, in the spiritual habitat Cultivation Realm and vast sea Immortal City, Qin Ming's motivational cultivation journey of starting as a spirit farmer and establishing a foundation with a pseudo-spirit root continued to be a hot topic. It became a major topic of discussion among cultivators over tea and meals. After all, achieving a dual Tier 2 in the 100 skills of cultivation is rare, even in the Wei country cultivation realm. Studying one skill in the 100 skills of cultivation is already enough for a cultivator to dedicate their life to, let alone two. And one of them is the most challenging: alchemy. Moreover, a rumor has quietly spread. That is, people speculate that Qin Ming's level in the alchemy Tao might already have reached the capability to refine a foundation establishment pill. After all, before advancing to foundation establishment, He had spent some time in Vasi, Immortal City, collecting spiritual materials for refining the Foundation establishment pill. This was witnessed by many cultivators in the Immortal City. This speculation further elevated Qin Ming's reputation, even surpassing Master Sun at one point. However, Qin Ming's style was very low-key. He secluded himself on Wangyue Island and refused any recruitment from different factions. Therefore, he became increasingly mysterious. Nonetheless, no matter how hot the topic, it may gradually fade with time. In addition, the demand for spirit nesting rice from various factions still remained high. But since they knew that a small amount could be purchased through Mirror Snow Pavilion, few came to bother Qin Ming anymore. Also, there was another matter. Since Wu Jiang became Qin Ming's gatekeeper, many Spirit Island clans started currying favor with the Wu family. According to Wu Jiang himself, White Rock Island, where his family resided, has recently been bustling with guests, greatly benefiting from Qin Ming's influence. Wu Jiang didn't hide anything and told Qin Ming everything in detail. On this day, Qin Ming and Wu Jiang were sitting outside the cabin by the lake, enjoying a delicious meal served by Mu Ruyan. They chatted while eating. Fellow Taoist Qin, there is one more piece of news to tell you. That day on Phoenix Perch Island, when you seriously injured Yuanhe, later I heard that the old fellow lost most of his life, and his Dan Tianxi of Qi was shattered. His cultivation fell back to the Qi cultivation stage, and he fears he may never establish a foundation again in this life. Previously, the Yu family had offended many surrounding Spirit Island clans, and now they will likely face the consequences. Listening to this, Qin Ming felt no emotional ripple, even though he was closely connected to the Yu family's rise and fall on Beatsao Island. In the future, if the Yu family disturbed his farming, they would all be fed to the longevity vine. By the way, I see your golden spirit rice is almost fully grown. What are your plans next? Qin Ming asked while putting a bite of food in his mouth. Hearing this, Wu Jiang shivered slightly. Knowing another opportunity was coming, he quickly replied, I await your instructions, fellow Taoist Qin. What do you think? Qin Ming smiled gently, putting down his chopsticks, and took out a small bag of Beast Fong rice spirit seeds from his storage pouch, placing it on the table. You can now occasionally use the high-level spirit rain technique. Why not try planting Beast Fong rice? There are still many vacant spirit veins on the island, and you can also have your clansmen come over to continue planting golden spirit rice on them. Wu Jiang, filled with excitement, asked, Really? Qin Ming nodded. Of course, this Beast Fong rice spirit seed isn't given for free. It must be purchased at market price. The external spirit vein and spirit field I can rent to you, but I'll charge you a 30% spirit rice levy. Wu Jiang and Mu Rian exchanged glances and then showed great joy. The spirit vein environment on Wangyue Island was much better than their own White Rock Island. Wu Jiang was deeply appreciative, seeing his loyalty and efforts finally recognized and rewarded. He now thoroughly embraced and held onto this thigh tightly. While the three were eating, a green escape light flew towards them from the sky in the distance. Qin Ming looked up, and a beautiful figure gracefully landed before them. Elder Qin, what great interest you have, enjoying a meal while admiring the scenic beauty of the lakes and mountains. I heard of Elder Qin's successful foundation establishment and fame spreading in the spiritual habitat cultivation realm. So I came on behalf of the Mo family of Qingxia Island to pay my respects. Mo Lingwei, like a fairy from a painting, dressed in a serene blue long dress, exuded a gentle and tranquil demeanor, spoke with a bright and charming smile. Fellow Taoist Mo, there's no need to be formal. You may call me fellow Taoist Qin in the future, Qin Ming said, rising to greet the guest. Please, fellow Taoist Mo, have a seat on the island. Mo Lingwei's beautiful eyes fell on Qin Ming, noticing the serenity like flowing water he possessed, like a long-lasting ancient tree. Since her first meeting with him years ago, his appearance remained unchanged. His cultivation level became even more unfathomable. She hadn't imagined that the young cultivator whom she hadn't chosen to share an island with would become a figure she needed to look up to. After informing Mr. and Mrs. Wu Jiang, Qin Ming led Qingxia Fairy Mo Lingwei into the guest welcoming tower. Following him up the main peak, Mo Lingwei was deeply attracted by the flora. Tier 2 middle-grade spirit-gathering tea sprawled across the hills, and a lush purple-gold bamboo forest stretched far and wide. They were rare spirit plants unseen in the outside world. The balcony by the window and the guest welcoming tower provided a distant view of Wanyue Lake scenery. Qin Ming brewed a pot of spirit-gathering tea for Mo Lingwei. She took a sip, showing a look of surprise, full of praise. Afterward, she also took out a box of gifts to give to Qin Ming. The two chatted for a while. Mo Lingwei seemed to have something to say, but her expression was somewhat hesitant. Qin Ming did not rush, quietly brewing tea and waiting for her. Finally, Mo Lingwei, with her jade-like delicate hands, gently clutched her skirt, bit her red lips, and spoke to Qin Ming. "I would like to ask fellow Taoist Qin something." "Please speak, fellow Taoist Mo." Qin Ming poured more tea for her and said. Mo Lingwei hesitated for a moment and asked directly, "There are rumors outside that fellow Taoist Qin can refine Foundation establishment pills. Is it true?" Qin Ming was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting her to ask such a question. However, he did not hide it, nodding his head. "That's right, I can refine this pill." At the moment, in his storage pouch, quietly lay 3 ordinary Foundation establishment pills and 1 exquisite Foundation establishment pill. This strategic resource, spiritual pill, touches upon major sect influences. Qin Ming also did not dare to refine too much. If the major sect influences knew about it, he would definitely become a target. At that time, it would be impossible to deal with. After all, this Foundation establishment pill is something that major sects best control for the base loose cultivators. Of course, as long as it's not too excessive, occasionally releasing 1 or 2, the sects would turn a blind eye. Then, fellow Taoist Qin, do you have any extra Foundation establishment pills? Qin Ming slightly furrowed his brows. This question touched upon his privacy. Mo Lingwei noticed Qin Ming's displeased expression and quickly said, "What I mean is if fellow Taoist Qin has any extra Foundation establishment pills, I want to acquire them at all costs." After saying that, her eyes were filled with determination. At all costs. Qin Ming pondered. The Mo family can barely afford the island's rent. What could she possibly have to exchange for the Foundation establishment pill? He could understand her current desire for the Foundation establishment pill as the most talented young clan leader of the Mo family. She needs to lead a large group of clansmen in surviving and developing in this harsh cultivation realm. Pure Qi cultivation perfection is not enough to go far. Fellow Taoist Mo, I am afraid I must disappoint you. The materials I painstakingly gathered only allowed me to refine 1 Foundation establishment pill, which was used when I broke through. Qin Ming sighed. He certainly wouldn't tell her everything. Mo Lingwei seemed to have expected Qin Ming to answer this way and calmly took out a piece of black rotten wood from her storage pouch, placing it on the table. Qin Ming slightly scanned it with divine thought, realizing this object hid mysteries and was quite extraordinary. Then Mo Lingwei placed an ancient jade scroll gently in front of Qin Ming. "Fellow Taoist Qin, don't rush to refuse me. I want to use these 2 items to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill with you." Qin Ming did not immediately agree, wanting to know the value of the items she had. Mo Lingwei pointed to the arm-thick black rotten wood and explained, "This is profound black wood, formed from the decay of a Tier 2 high-grade spirit plant, quite precious. But the most valuable is not this item, but the spirit seed sealed inside. It is the spirit seed of the Tier 2 top-grade spirit plant, Mist Illusion Mushroom. Although cultivators cannot consume Mist Illusion Mushroom, it is an excellent material for cultivating and exhibiting illusion techniques, refining illusion spiritual artifacts. It can also be used to breed demon beasts with related abilities and refine special pills. Additionally, during its growth, the Mist Illusion Mushroom constantly releases a kind of hallucinogenic smoke. It is said that with accumulated time, it can even form an illusion realm comparable to a Tier 3 illusion array, creating its own domain. Qin Ming was shocked to hear this, coveting this item. That is a spiritual artifact, not just a magical artifact. A spirit plant capable of refining illusion-type spiritual artifacts is rare in the cultivation realm. As for Tier 3 arrays, money cannot buy them. If a Tier 3 illusion realm is developed around Wangyue Island, wouldn't even a golden core ancestor have to leave him alone? What is this? Qin Ming asked about the ancient jade scroll. Mo Lingwei explained. This jade scroll contains the inheritance of a Tier 3 spirit plant master. These two items were also brought back by my father from a secret realm at the cost of his life. At this point, Mo Lingwei's expression turned a little sad. Qin Ming suddenly understood. Thinking to himself that with the Mo family's ancestors, it's impossible to have produced a Tier 3 spirit plant master. Otherwise, they wouldn't be relegated to merely surviving in a corner of the Spirit Nest Islands. Having heard Mo Lingwei's words, Qin Ming fell into contemplation. To be honest, the weight and value of these two items were indeed considerable. He was considering whether to take out a foundation establishment pill to exchange with her. But he hesitated. Mo Lingwei saw Qin Ming's attitude and thought he was unwilling, then bit her silver teeth. If fellow Taoist Qin thinks these two items are not enough, I can add another condition. For the next 10 years, the Mo family will be affiliated with Wangyue Island, and fellow Taoist Qin can freely command, including myself. As long as fellow Taoist Qin makes a request, I will agree to anything. Mo Lingwei's voice grew increasingly faint and mosquito-like by the end. Her face flushed red, lowered her head. What? Qin Ming was taken aback upon hearing this. Cough. Qin Ming coughed lightly while covering his mouth. Is this woman here to test my Tao heart? Luckily, my Tao heart is still firm and won't be easily seduced by beauty. As for the subsidiary condition that Mo Lingwei just proposed to Qin Ming, it was merely an additional burden. He already had Wu Jiang at his disposal, which was more than enough. With this in mind, Qin Ming spoke. Fellow Taoist Mo, there's really no need for this. To be honest, the two items in your possession are indeed of great use to me. How about this? I do not have any more foundation establishment pills here. However, I do have one youthful appearance pill. Moreover, I can agree to one more condition, which is to assist you once for free in refining a batch of foundation establishment pills. But the materials needed for alchemy, you'll need to gather yourself. If you find it difficult to collect materials for the foundation establishment pill, you can emulate the vast sea Immortal City and organize a crowd-funded alchemy among loose cultivators. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Qin Ming to not accept her final condition. Almost without hesitation, he refused. But when she heard about the youthful appearance pill, her beautiful eyes lit up and her heart wavered. No female cultivator could resist the allure of eternal youth. On this point, Qin Ming had indeed hit the mark. Then, may I ask, fellow Taoist Qin, what is the success rate for refining the foundation establishment pill? Mo Lingwei pondered deeply before asking. Qin Ming hesitated for a moment and said reservedly, about 40%. In fact, after the last high-intensity alchemy session, his success rate for refining foundation establishment pills had reached 70 to 80%. And the probability of producing top-quality pills was not low either. But for an ordinary alchemist, a 40% chance was already considered high. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei fell into contemplation once more. After a long while, she made up her mind decisively, her eyes firm as she said, "Deal. I'll go with what fellow Taoist Qin said." Mo Lingwei still chose to trust Qin Ming's alchemy skills. Qin Ming was delighted seeing her agree. He immediately took out a delicate jade bottle from his storage pouch and handed it to Mo Lingwei. She accepted the jade bottle, opened the stopper, and saw a snow-white pill emitting an enchanting pill fragrance. This was indeed the mesmerizing spiritual pill coveted by countless female cultivators. The transaction concluded. Qin Ming cheerfully put away the two items on the table. Subsequently, Mo Lingwei also took her leave, ready to depart. Fellow Taoist Mo, allow me to see you off. With that, Qin Ming escorted Mo Lingwei out. At this moment, not far away, Wu Jiang was leading two people toward Qin Ming with a respectful expression. Unexpectedly, it was Gu Qin Zhao and shopkeeper Liao. As they got closer, Qin Ming smiled. Fellow Taoist Gu, shopkeeper Liao, you've come. Please come in and have a seat. Gu Qin Zhao, dressed in simple attire, glanced at Mo Lingwei beside Qin Ming and asked with a peculiar expression, Fellow Taoist Qin, who is this fellow Taoist? Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, then introduced them. This is Master Qingxia, Mo Lingwei, fellow Taoist Mo. He then introduced to Mo Lingwei. This is Mirror Snow Pavilion Master Gu Qingzhao, fellow Taoist Gu. The two women exchanged smiles and greetings. Fellow Taoist Qin, you have esteemed guests visiting. No need to see me off further. Once I'm ready, I'll trouble you again. Mo Lingwei bade farewell to Qin Ming and then took off on her flying magical artifact. It seems fellow Taoist Qin is quite popular with the fairer sex since achieving foundation establishment. Gu Qingzhao teased for a change. Qin Ming smiled wryly. Fellow Taoist Gu, please don't tease me. Fellow Taoist Mo was merely visiting. Hearing this, Gu Qingzhao's expression returned to normal. Then, Qin Ming led the two into the reception hall. He skillfully brewed spirit-gathering tea for them. After they were seated, Gu Qingzhao gently signaled to shopkeeper Liao. Shopkeeper Liao nodded, then smiled broadly, taking out a deep green alchemy furnace from his storage pouch, which appeared to be of considerable grade. This alchemy furnace is called the Profound Jade Furnace, a Tier 2 top-grade alchemy furnace. It's a congratulatory gift from the Pavilion Master to fellow Taoist Qin. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Qin for reaching foundation establishment, advancing further on the immortal Tao. Qin Ming received the Profound Jade Furnace lovingly, unable to part with it. He was in need of such a high-tier alchemy furnace, and he hadn't expected Gu Qingzhao to have already prepared it for him. Then thank you, fellow Taoist Gu. Qin Ming put away the alchemy furnace and poured spirit-gathering tea for the two of them. Only here at fellow Taoist Qin's place can we drink such spirit tea. Outside, this is a precious commodity indeed. Just a couple of ounces can sell for quite a number of spirit stones, shopkeeper Liao remarked as he savored the tea. Qin Ming smiled upon hearing this. I have plenty here. I'll let you take some back shortly. The group exchanged conversations for a while. Qin Ming thought of something and then turned to ask Gu Qingzhao, I wonder, fellow Taoist Gu, is there any way to obtain high-tier demon beast essence blood? Fellow Taoist Qin might not know, but although vast the immortal city is backed by the beast Roar Mountain Range with abundant beast resources, foundation establishment great demons above Tier 2 are often several times stronger than human cultivators of the same rank. Therefore, unless a team of foundation establishment cultivators goes, it's extremely difficult to hunt them down, plus the beast Roar Mountain Range is fraught with dangers, and ordinary cultivators dare not venture too deep. Once high-tier demon beast essence blood appears in vast sea immortal city, it is usually swiftly snapped up. Low-tier demon beast essence blood is easy to handle, but this high-tier beast... Fellow Taoist Qin can only try his luck at the auction, and I'll keep an eye out for you, Gu Qingzhao replied. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, not expecting high-tier demon beast essence blood to be so hard to obtain, let alone from a specific type of high-tier ape demon beast. Going deep into the beast Roar Mountain Range to hunt foundation establishment great demons was unrealistic. He had the entry in hand, so he preferred to farm diligently rather than risk such dangerous places, though his current strength was no longer what it used to be. But even Tier 3 Demon Kings exist in the Beast Roar Mountain Range, and if things went south, it wouldn't be worth the loss. Of course, Qin Ming wasn't about to give up just like that. The 100 Treasures Glazed scripture has been a strong trump card to protect his path, and no matter what, he would find a way to obtain the high-tier demon beast essence blood. By the way, If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist Qin should have successfully refined a foundation establishment pill, right? Gu Qingzhao suddenly asked with a smile. Qin Ming smiled bitterly, knowing he couldn't hide it from her. Moreover, there was no need to conceal it from Gu Qingzhao like he would from outsiders. Without speaking, he took out an exquisite porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and placed it in front of Gu Qingzhao and shopkeeper Liao. Shopkeeper Liao's gaze was fixed on the porcelain bottle, and even his breathing became involuntarily rapid. The thing contained within was the very foundation establishment pill that countless low-tier cultivators pursued like moths to a flame. Even though Gu Qingzhao had already consumed one, she still felt a surge in her heart. Her delicate white hand took the porcelain bottle, opened it, and inside lay a sky-blue spirit pill, enveloped in a layer of pill halo, emitting an alluring fragrance. It is indeed a foundation establishment pill. Gu Qingzhao's face lit up with joy as she asked Qin Ming, I wonder how fellow Taoist Qin intends to deal with this foundation establishment pill? Qin Ming smiled slightly. I'll leave it to fellow Taoist Gu to handle it. Gu Qingzhao couldn't contain her joy upon hearing this. If the Mirror Snow Pavilion's auction house could auction off a foundation establishment pill, who knows what a sensation it would cause in vast sea Immortal City. Thinking of this, she turned serious and said to Qin Ming, if that's the case, what fellow Taoist Qin seeks, high-tier demon beast essence blood, is not entirely without opportunity. By then, we'll use the auctioning of the foundation establishment pill as a gimmick to organize an unprecedented auction in vast sea Immortal City. It's possible we might gather high-tier demon beast essence blood. Qin Ming also thought there was hope and nodded in agreement. When his fellow Taoists go planning to host the auction? At least 3 months later, as we need time to prepare and promote it, Gu Qingzhao replied with only slight contemplation. All right, I'll come and participate then. I'll have someone inform fellow Taoist Qin in advance when the time comes. Qin Ming then said to Gu Qingzhao, besides, I also need a spiritual artifact, Dharma Sword. Spiritual artifacts, Tier 2 spiritual artifacts used by Foundation Establishment cultivators, can only be activated when mana has reached the condensed liquid level to unleash immense power. When refining Tier 2 spiritual artifacts, the restrictions within are also known as Dharma prohibitions. Spiritual artifacts with 1 to 18 Dharma prohibitions are Tier 2 low grade. From 18 to 36 are Tier 2 middle grade, and above 36 are Tier 2 high grade. It said there are also top-grade spiritual artifacts with 72 Dharma prohibitions. The number of Dharma prohibitions a spiritual artifact can bear depends on the materials and the artifact refiner skill level. The depth of Qin Ming's current mana is comparable to mid-stage foundation establishment, so naturally, the higher the grade of the spiritual artifact, the better for him. That shouldn't be a problem. Does fellow Taoist Qin have any specific requirements? Gu Qingzhao asked. Then, Qin Ming made several requests, and Gu Qingzhao had shopkeeper Liao next to her take careful notes. By the way, I have some news to share with fellow Taoist Qin, Gu Qingzhao said. The Spirit Nest Islands may not be very peaceful in the near future. Our Mirror Snow Pavilion received intelligence that the 72-island Loose Alliance might start a war against one of the 7 great powers, the Zhao family. Qin Ming was taken aback and asked, with the strength of the 72-island Loose Alliance, do they dare to take the first move against the Zhao family? You must know, the Zhao family is now backed by the thriving Spirit Feather Sect. Gu Qingzhao took a sip of spirit tea and continued, with just those few Loose Alliance's Foundation Establishment cultivators, of course they wouldn't dare, but now there's support behind them. Fellow Taoist Gamins, is it the Thunder Origin Sect supporting the 72-island Loose Alliance? If so, Qin Ming began to understand. After all, the Zhao family also has a fake pill ancestor in charge. It couldn't be just Hu, Qinxiu, and those few Foundation Establishment cultivators daring to confront them head-on. Gu Qingzhao nodded slightly. Reflecting on Gu Qingzhao's words, Qin Ming felt a chill as he realized the intricate power struggles between the two major sects in Wei Country's cultivation realm had long been affecting this place. It seems I need to focus on farming. Early-stage foundation establishment is still not stable enough. I must quickly advance to late-stage foundation establishment. Qin Ming secretly made plans in his heart.